have you got spare shoes I could have? But in your time, in fact, I could probably make do with one of the not perfect ones. Because I don't really need to read it, I just need to kind of keep roughly on the right page. Hello.
Hello.
Are you AOE? I kind of knew this much, so I'll get out. So if you want to sit there, actually you might want to sit there. I quite like to be able to get out and wander around. So if you go there, that's fine.
Swimmers, please clear the pool. Ladies, gentlemen and swimmers, welcome to Winchester and session number 2 of the Swim England South East Region Championships 2022. Swimmers, coaches, team managers and spectators, this is a safety announcement. Your attention please. You are reminded that the depth of water throughout the pool is 2 metres and the starting blocks are 700 millimetres above the water. If there is a full start, you must continue with a shallow racing dive. You must not topple into the water head downwards, as this is dangerous. Swimmers, coaches and parents should familiarise themselves with the emergency exits. Should it become necessary to evacuate the building, please follow the instructions of the pool staff or the announcer. To evacuate the building, please use the nearest emergency exit. It is the responsibility of everyone present to familiarise yourselves with the nearest exit to where they're situated at any time. Swimmers and officials must not return to collect their clothing or belongings. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interests of fair play, we ask you to switch off all mobile phones and pagers. If one were to activate during the start of a race, it would distract the swimmers and officials. We also ask for complete silence and no flash photography when the swimmers are signalled to the blocks. Please wait until their heads have surfaced after the flags used before using flash. Thank you for your cooperation. Swimmers are reminded that they must be dry and wearing shoes when they leave the pool area. In particular, all swimmers must be dry, dressed and wearing shoes when they enter the balcony. Swimmers may not sit in the balcony when not swimming. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some results from the first session to be announced. Event 110, the men's 16 and under 400 short course meters individual medley. In third place was Isaac Thompson from Tigers Jersey. In second place was Luke Poulton from Wickham District. And in first place was Tom Hawkins from Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson. And also in that event, for the men's 400 short course meter individual medley, overall, William Dean was third from Maidenhead, Joe Buxton was second from Reading, and Oliver Pope was first from Thanet.
Good.
line is next. My start list. No. No, there wasn't that one. That one has its own very special printer. Have we done the announcements? No. Thought Mike had taken something up. Yeah. There's a very special memorised report just for me. So you wanted an out. Don't want it staples. Give me when it's got. Also, it doesn't line up perfectly, which does irritate me. Maybe we'll come to that later at some point. No. Right, so we want an outsource. So here's the announcer ones. So you got those, that will be qualifier part, not to be stapled properly. So please don't staple it. This is all one column and it's got club names on it. Two. Got an announcer and a commentator.
Gentlemen, please welcome your referees and their team of officials to poolside.
They may not want them, but...
For this session are Roger Penfold from Reading, Mark Govan from City of Milton Keynes, Sarah Endersby from Reading, and the starters are Nicola Taylor from East Grinstead and Alan Lewis from Leatherhead. Before the first event, I would like to remind swimmers that over-the-top starts will operate in this competition. Please remain in the water until the next race has started or until told to leave by an official. The first event this afternoon is the 100 freestyle for women. There will be 8 heats. Heat 1 referee. Heat 1 referee.
Okay, we're in our first heat of 8. Good to be back. In lane 3 is Iona Winifred from Tunbridge. Lane 4 is Amanda Reedhead from Maxwell, and lane 5 is Fur Snedden from Tunbridge Wells, Monson I should say. Okay, so I've got some classifications now. In lane 3 and 5, that's Iona and Fur. They're S6 para swimmers, and S6 is swimmers of short stature. Amanda Reedhead in lane 8 is, just a moment. Amanda is an S8. S8's got a slightly more complex categorization. Swimmers with full use of their arms and trunk, with good hip and some leg movement. There is a bit more detail to it, but it gets into fairly scientific words, if I can put it that way. So we're at the three-quarter point, and they're approaching the end. We got Amanda Reedhead from Maxwell. She's a 1:19.76 entry. Coming in very nicely. Well done, Amanda. Amanda's got a little bit of competition to her right. That's Iona Winifred. She's just 11 from Tunbridge. Well done, Amanda. Just a little bit older than 11, truth be told. Iona in second place. Well done, Iona. Oh, I beg your pardon. Fur in second place. My apologies. And do correct me. I'm sure I make mistakes all day. And Iona in third place. Well done, everyone. Good swim.
Heat 2 referee.
In lane 1, we got Millie Forcier from Mid-Sussex Marlins. 2 is Lara Turan from Sevenoaks. Tia Lomas in 3 from Wickham. Amber Piper in 4 from Thanet. And I think she's got an early lead, Amber. She's 16, a 1:53 entry. Lilia Fornacier from Sevenoaks in 5. Maddie Liddell from Epsom in 6. Anne Aneska Ellis in 7. And Callianne Warrington in lane 8. Right at the halfway point, we got an outside burner here. Early stages, but Millie Forcier from Mid-Sussex Marlins. Callianne Warrington is a para swimmer in lane 8. She is an S10. An S10 is swimmers with very minimal impairment that affects one joint, usually their foot or hand. So everyone's going to be trying to break a minute. All these girls have been under 1:01, but none of them have been under 1 minute. Lane 2 of them have done it. Well done. Amber Piper in lane 2 in first place. Second place is Lara Turan. And in third place, Millie Forcier. Good swim, girls.
Heat 3 referee.
In lane 1, we got Skydra Valmantati from Chivalrous, Eilish Rebev from Beausejour in 2, Darcy Leonard from Guildford in 3, 4 is Mia Collier from Black Lion, Katie Ford, come on Katie, from Windsor in 5, in 6 is Hannah Day from Portsmouth, Cara Muller in 7 from Guildford, and in lane 8 is Morgan Pashley. Okay, we're at the halfway point. They're going fast, aren't they? Eilish in the lead, but it's a close one with Mia Collier in second. We've had a brilliant turn in lane 2. That's Eilish Rabev, and she's retained her lead, and I think she's gone a little bit ahead. In lane 4, Mia Collier from Black Lion, a 1 minute 0.29 entry, so she'll be looking to break the 1 minute barrier. It's a big landmark in a swimmer's career, breaking the 1 minute barrier here. It's going to be lane 2 from 4, might be 4 from 2. My money says lane 2, it's going to be close. Oh, I was right, and how clever am I? 1/100th of a second between them. In lane 2 is Eilish Rabev. Second place, Mia Collier. Third place was Hannah Day. Good swim, girls.
Heat 4 referee.
Okay, this race is just a little bit too fast for me to name the name, so I'm not going to do it from now on so I can commentate a little bit better on the actual race. It looks like lane 2's gone through best here. That's Bethany Abrams from Mid-Sussex Marlins, I think has got an early lead. There's a good turn in lane 6 there from Lily Brabin of Wickham, I almost said Wigan. And coming through nicely in 5 as well is Lottie Kudich. Please correct me on my spelling, on my pronunciation, from Bracknell. At the turn was Bethany Abrams, and she's actually got about half a body length ahead, which is a good distance in 100 free. That's going to be hard to pick up. In lane 5, going nicely, is Lottie from Bracknell and Wokingham, a 59.71. So she's broken the 1 minute barrier. Not all of these girls have. It's Bethany Abrams. She's 17 from Mid-Sussex Marlins. She's getting caught up by Amber Ransom from Atlantis in lane 3 next to her. 2 from 3, 2 from 3. Oh, it's Bethany Abrams in first place, Amber Ransom in second, and in lane 5, Lottie came third. Good swim, girls.
Heat 5 referee.
Right, they're getting faster. All these girls have been underneath the minute mark before. We got a good start in lane 3 from Emma Hagberg of Guildford, just 14 years old, a 59.42 entry. She's definitely got a quarter of a body length, or maybe even half a body length on the pool. Good turn in lane 8, by the way. Ella Thornburg from Littlehampton, she's 16. Don't think she's quite in the lead, but I do think she's got second place. Emma Hagberg for me in first, yeah, and there's Ella Thornburg. Too many Bergs. Molly Staples in third place in lane 7. Molly represents Beausejour. It's still looking like 3 from 8 to me, but lane 6 and 7 are coming through nicely. That's Marissa Booth in 6 and Molly Staples in 7. There's 100-metre races. They are hard to commentate on because goodness knows who's leading. It's fast and furious. It looks like lane 8 to me now. Do we have an outside burner? I love an outside burner. It's not going to be. It's going to be lane 3. Emma Hagberg, 58.59. Second place is Ella Thornburg. Third, Alice Young. 58.59 is the fastest we've had to date. Good swim.
Heat 6 referee.
Well, definitely the best start there, I think, was lane 1. That's Rania Kaluki from Chivalrous. She's a 59.21 entry, really good swim from 3 and 8 as well. Zoe Musial from University of Surrey in 3, and Tegan Gale from Woking in 8. Tegan's only 14 years old. She's the baby of the field. Lane 3 coming through now. That's Zoe Musial in the lead at the halfway point. Close with Megan Hansford from Tigers Jersey, but actually a really strong turn there from Zoe in lane 3 as well. She turned in the lead, and I think she extended the lead with her turn. Let's see if she can do it again, because she's definitely got some company in 2 and 4, but it looks to me like she's got enough lead there that she's not going to get caught up. In lane 3 is Zoe Musial from the University of Surrey. 58.59 is the fastest so far. Not any longer. 57.82, good swim. Megan Hansford in second. Third place was Lottie Roberts.
Heat 7 referee.
Right, we're getting quick here now in, where are we? We're on heat 6? No, 7, I beg your pardon. Tegan Matthews in lane 5 was a British finalist in this. Hannah Capron's only 13 years old. Hannah is in lane 3. I should have mentioned Tegan Gale in the last race. She was a British finalist as well. Looks like lane 6 is coming through to me. Annabelle Quinn from the City of Milton Keynes. She's got a lead of about half a second. That's a big old lead in the 100 metres free. Really good turn there by Isabella Okara in lane 4. She's looking good, strong and long. Lane 2 going nicely is Rhiannon Bowen from, I beg your pardon, it's Mia Gooddale from Winchester City Penguins. Oh, you can put a blanket over him. You pick your winner. It looks like lane 2 to me, but there's every chance I haven't got this right because it is so close. Lane 2's Mia Gooddale. 58.01 entry, and it is lane 2. Well done, Mia. Good swim, girls. Second place was Rosie Richards. Third place, Hannah Capron. Good swim, girls.
Heat 8. The swimmers are in lane 1, Caitlin Ebbage from Tunbridge, Rhiannon Bowen from University of Surrey, Darcy Rivet from Guildford, Eva Caro from Sevenoaks. Lane 5 is Holly Widows from East Grinstead. Lane 6 is Jessica Hum from Bracknell and Woking. Lane 7, Annabelle Compton from Wickham District. And lane 8 is Lucy Fox from Wilham District.
We got some class in this race. In lane 3, Darcy Revitt got a bronze at British. Eva Okaro in lane 4, our fastest qualifier, is a gold medalist at British. Annabelle Compton's a bronze medalist at British. Lucy Fox made the final at British as well. The time which they're chasing is 57.69. And in lane 4, Eva Okaro, 54.93 is her entry. 3 seconds faster than anybody's gone today, and she's had a fantastic first 50. Good swim out here in lane 1 with Caitlin Ebbage of Tunbridge as well, but it's all about Eva Okaro. Her sister was in the last heat, Isabella. I believe they're twin sisters. Oh, goodness me, for a 100-metre race, this is a big lead. So Eva is coming through lane 1 going nicely. That's Caitlin Ebbage. Darcy Revitt going nicely as well in lane 3. Those two look like they're going to get the medal places, but our winner is Eva Okaro from Sevenoaks. Second place is Darcy Revitt from Guildford, and Caitlin Ebbage in lane 1 comes third. Good swim, girls.
The second event is the men's 50-metre freestyle. Heat 1, referee.
Okay, we've got 4 para swimmers in this heat. Thomas Navarro Barber from Portsmouth. He's an S9. That's swimmers with weakness, limb loss or movement difficulties in one arm or leg. S10 in lanes 2 and 3. Aidan Stanbrook and Callum Pearson. S10 is swimmers with minimal impairment that affect one joint. Our winner is lane 4. That's Alex Usman from Black Lion. Good swim, Alex. I do just want to acknowledge Alfie Penfold, if you'll just give me a moment. Alfie's an S13, athletes who have limited vision in both eyes. Good swim, boys.
Heat 2, referee.
Strong start in 3, I think. 3 looks the fastest to me. This is hard to follow now because these boys are strong and they're kicking hard. There's waves in there. That's Jack Pass from Sevenoaks. He's 15 years old. He's the youngest in the pool with William Crossland out in lane 8. Our leader, I think, has come through from lane 5. Strongest turn was there. That's Christopher Skelton. Go on, Tuffy. Tuffy Skelton, I think, got that. 25.15. That's a big PB for Tuffy. A big improvement on entry. Second place was Jack Pass. Daniel Oliver in 3rd. Good swim, boys.
Heat 2, referee. Heat 3, referee.
.15 is our time to watch by Christopher Skelton from Abingdon Vale. Lane 1's had a good start here. Freddie Sadler from Winchester. I think he's in the lead. It could be close. I'll tell you what, lane 8's going well as well. Benjamin Mould from Wickham. Freddie Sadler's a 25.42, and I think he's got it. We got an outside burner. I love an outside burner. Lane 1's going to be an outside burner for me. Boom! 24.52 from Freddie Sadler. Oscar Collier in 2nd place. 3rd place, also on the outside lane, Benjamin Mould. Good swim, boys.
Heat 4, referee.
.24.52 there by Freddie Sadler in lane 1. We got a vacant lane 1 this time. For lane 8's going nicely. That's Caden Siller again from Abingdon Vale. We're doing well in Abingdon in this race. Lane 4 is Chase Lunn from Portsmouth North Sea going nicely as well. I think this is another lane 8 burner. It might not be. Lane 6 is good, going well. Charlie Morn from Farnham. Is it 6 or 8? Lane 6, I think. Yes, lane 6. Charlie Morn from Farnham in 1st place. Caden Siller in 2nd. Oscar Berens from... Oscar is from Maidstone in 3rd. Good swim, boys.
Heat 5, referee.
No one in that last heat broke Freddie Sadler's time, so we're still looking at 24.52. Lane 2's gone out well here. That's Mikkel Gratchev from Amersham. I think he's got a small lead there. We'll see. Look at them swimming into waves. They're kicking so hard that they do the turn. Look at the wave coming behind them. Tsunami here. In lane 7 is Demetrios Gonias from Didcot. I think he's got it. Well done, Demetrios. 24.90. 2nd place is Frederick van der Leesten. In 3rd place was Joseph Adams. Good swim, boys.
Heat 6, referee.
Still Friendly Sadler with the fastest time. That's 2 heats have gone since anyone's overtaken him. Very tough swim out there in lane 8 for Leo Mitchell and Littlehampton having to do it by himself. No show in lane 7. Thomas Petschak from Maidenhead in the lead at the halfway point. Look at the length of his arms. There's no kink in that elbow at all. He's going as hard as he can. Could be lane 4. Lane 5. Lane 5. Oh, by a 100th of a second. Alfie Evans in first place. Thomas Petschak in second. Third place is Leo Mitchell. Good swim. That's the fastest time so far, Alfie. Good swim. 24.40.
Heat 7, referee.
.40 to beat. Fastest start there was Luca Plater. Look, they're not even breathing. It's one breath per length, pretty much. He has got a good old race on, though. Lane 5's going nicely as well. That's Albert Branch from Sevenoaks. We've got East Grid. In fact, the best turn was definitely Albert from Sevenoaks. He took a bit of distance out of the field, and he's going to take the race. 24.52, 24.40 he was chasing. He's got the fastest time. Well done, Albert. Second place was Luca. Third place was David Allen. Good swim, boys.
Heat 8, referee.
Lane 6, Joe Way, and Lane 7, Aaron Bissett were British finalists of this in their age groups. 24.35 is what we're aiming at. Demi Alley from Sevenoaks. I imagine he gets called a certain footballer's name sometimes. Age 15 in lane 3, he's got the lead. He's a 24.78 entry, 24.35 will put him ahead. 23.81. Oh, and Calvin, I missed you. Well done. That was a brilliant swim. Calvin Georgescu Spears in first place. Second place was Alex Bacon. In third place, Ethan Richards-Knight. Good swim, boys.
Heat 9, referee.
Lane 5, Alexander Davis was a British finalist, as was Noah Wheeler. Noah's only 15 years old, so he's swimming against the big boys here. Have I got this right? I might have the wrong heat. All right, we're on heat 9. Let's see, I'll try and catch that up in a little bit. Looks like lane 5 to me, Justice 5 from 3. Lane 5 is Harry Robinson. Well done, Harry, 23.91. Second place, Patrick Walsh. Third place, Edgar Stepniak. Well done, boys.
Heat 10, referee.
Okay, the fastest time is still Calvin Georgescu Spears. And this time I'll get it right. In 6, Joe Way was a British finalist. Aaron Bissett in 7 was a British finalist. Let's see how the turn goes. Lane 2 going very nicely here. That's Robert Taylor from East Grinstead. No, it isn't. It's Fabian Brudnicki. Oh, this is too hard and fast for me. I'm making mistakes here. Fabian Brudnicki in first place. Jake Acton in second place. Sam Pyefinch from Maxwell in third. My apologies. This is hard, the 50s.
Heat 11, referee.
Yeah, okay, so we're on heat 11. Let's get these British finalists named in this one. Alexander Davis in 5 and Noah Wheeler in 7 were British finalists. Brilliant race in lane 2. Lane 2 looking good. He's getting caught up a little bit now. Who is lane 2? It's Callum Wimble. Lane 8 going well. Could be anyone's. I'm going for lane 2. I got it right. Oh, well done me. Callum Wimble in first place, 23.94. Second place, Alexander Davis. Third place, Joe Barley. It's still Calvin with the fastest time, 23.81.
And for this final heat, Heat 12, we have Christian Gale in lane 1 from Guildford, Joseph Bradshaw in lane 2 from Abingdon, Sarchihu Shi Chit from University of Surrey in lane 3, Ewan Taylor from University of Surrey in lane 4, Clive Marquis in lane 5 from Portsmouth, Jonathan Beck from Bosunshore Barracuda in lane 6. In lane 7, we have Harry Wynne-Jones from City of Milton Keynes. And in lane 8, we have Christopher Finch from University of Surrey.
Lane 1, Christian Gale. He's just 15 years old, a British finalist, younger than everyone else in the pool by 2 years, actually. And a bronze medalist from British in lane 4, Ewan Taylor. He's at 22.58 entry. You can see why he's got a good lead in this race. Lane 8's going very nicely as well. That's Christopher Finch. But it's lane 4. Our British medalist is now our regional champion, assuming ratification for the referee. Well done, Ewan. Second place was Christopher Finch out in lane 8. Well done, Christopher. And in lane 5, Clive Marquis from Portsmouth. Good swim, boys.
The next event is the women's 200 breaststroke. Heat 1 referee.
Oh, I'll tell you a little secret, anyone who's listening. It's a relief to get through those 50 metres, isn't it? This is a lot calmer. The best race of them all, the 200 breast. I love it. In lane 3, representing Maidstone, is Amy Connor. In lane 4, we got a vacancy, a vacant lane. Strong start from Eloise Wade of Newbury in lane 5. She's probably got about 3 seconds on the field. Let's see. Yeah, pretty much exactly that. And Amelia Tovey from Sevenoaks in lane 6. Now, these girls came with almost identical entry times. They're within a second of one another. So while there's a good, strong lead in lane 5 for Eloise, this might well tighten up, and we'll see. But Eloise is 16 from Newbury, a 2:52.68 entry. So they're always trying to improve their fastest times and hit PBs. I don't know if 2:52 is actually the PB, but that's her entry time. She's certainly going to be aiming to go under the 2:50 barrier. Halfway point, 1:17. So she's got a lot of time to get under that 2:50. Let's assume her fitness is strong and she'll do well. Good race between the other two girls in 3 and 6. Amy and Amelia, they're going nicely. Shame they're not next to each other, because it'd be good if they could see one another and chase each other on. Their entry times are all 2:52. Actually, Amelia's a well, that's not quite right. Eloise was a 2:52. Amy and Amelia were both 2:53s. So very, very close. They are pretty much neck and neck. There's only 15 100ths of a second between Amy and Amelia. So let's remember that 200, that 250 mark, which we'll be going through, I think. It's going to be tight, it's going to be close. 2:52 was the entry time. So go on, Eloise, let's go all the way. Can we break that 250 mark? It's going to be tight. I think she's going to do it. Well done, Eloise. That's a big, strong swim. That's a 5-second improvement on entry. Well done, Eloise. Eloise in first place. Second place, I think, is Amelia in lane 6. And third place is Amy. Good swim, girls.
Heat 2, referee.
So we're chasing a 2:47.50. None of the girls in this heat had entry times as fast as that, so they're going to have to go better than their entry times. In lane 1, Clara White from Tame, 2, Grace Cummings from Thanet, 3, Ella Wardle from Worthing, Kieran Sandhu from Crawley in 4, Jasmine Andrews from Rushmore Royals in 5, Molly Lown from Dover Lifeguard in 6, Poppy Sexton in 7 from Dicker and Barrymundy, and Daisy Johnson from Guildford in 8. So we're quarter of the way through the race, and it's Ella Wardle. Ella Wardle's from Worthing, a 2:51.42 entry. She's going well from lane 3 and looking strong, isn't she? Look at the absolute wingspan she's building there. That's a real 200 breaststroker's technique. That won't get you very far in a 50 breast, but it can keep you going a long way in a 200 breast. Good turn as well. I think she took some time out of the field with her turn, but a good swim going in lane 5. Jasmine Andrews from Rushmore Royal, she's 14. Clara White in lane 1's 14 as well. They're the babies in the field, and a good swim from 2 and 5 as well. That's Grace Cummings from Thanet and Jasmine Andrews from Rushmore. Oh, I mentioned Jasmine a moment ago. I meant lane 6 going nicely as well. That's Molly Lown from Dover Lifeguard. Now they're catching up here, aren't they? Look at the swim in lane 5. That's Jasmine Andrews. She's one of the 14-year-olds, a 2:51.05. I think she might have overtaken Ella now in lane 3. I might be wrong. It's touch and go. I think Ella had the stronger turn, as a matter of fact, so might have taken some of that distance back. So I think Ella's turning quicker in lane 3, but in lane 5, I think Jasmine's actually swimming a little bit faster. But the fastest swimmer in the pool at the moment is Grace Cummings. She's from Thanet in lane 2, and can she catch up? Really good turn again. Excellent technique from Ella Wardle from Worthing. She takes distance out of the field with every single time she turns. But in lane 5, Jasmine Andrews from Rushmore, youngest in the pool, but she's got a pretty dominant lead now. 2:47.50 was the time which they're aiming at from the last heat. This is only 1 of 3, isn't it? 2 and 3 and 5. But our strong favourite is Jasmine Andrews, a 2:51 entry. Can she break 2:47.50? I think she can. It's not something which is certain, but yes, she does. First, Jasmine Andrews, Ella Wardle in second, Grace Cummings in third. Good swim, girls.
Heat 3, referee.
Okay, Jessica Creasy and Aylesbury in lane 1, Grace Ashley in 2 from Guildford, Sophie Maguire from Guildford in 3. Annalise Elford from Whitney in 4, just 13 years old, made very much the baby of the field, but the fastest qualifier. Rebecca Smith in 5 from Littlehampton, Isabella Hartwell from Eastleigh in 6, Lilia Taylor from Brighton in 7, and Talia Curtis in lane 8, representing Wantage White Horses. Lane 3, Sophie Maguire from Guildford. Oh, I tell you what, Guildford and their breaststroke, they just keep on producing them. In lane 3, that's Sophie Maguire. She's a 2:48.46 entry. 2:45 is what we're looking at, though. 2:45.49 is the fastest swim to date. And we'll see how that goes. Second place is Grace Ashley, also from Guildford. And I think in lane 7's going nicely. Lilia Taylor from Brighton. She's a 2:49.9. Oh, she's got some power to her stroke out in lane 7, Lilia Taylor. She's gritting her teeth, she looks strong. Lane 5's beginning to come through as well, Rebecca Smith from Littlehampton. So we got the Guildford girls in lanes 2 and 3. They'll be training every day together, and you come to a gala, who do you swim next to? I'd like to meet somebody new, and you're swimming next to your training partner, and that's what's happened for the Guildford girls in 2 and 3, Grace Ashley and Sophie Maguire. Neck and neck. 7's still looking good, 5's still looking good. 7's Lilia Taylor, Rebecca Smith as well. Particularly good swim there, turn there from Sophie Maguire. Really good skills. I think she took about half a metre out of Grace on that turn, but Grace is the fastest swimmer in the pool at the moment, and I think it's actually going to turn at the 3/4 point in first place. In fact, she does by about half a second, and has an excellent turn in lane 2 from Grace Ashley. Look at the distance she took out in that turn, and now the fitness is coming through, and she's looking strong and long, and this race is good. Lane 5 looking strong. Coming through nicely actually in lane 4 is Annalise Elford from Whitney. She might be a little bit too late to get amongst the first and second, but she was in about 6th or 7th until these last few lengths, and is coming through nicely to come into 3rd. But this last 50 metres has been dominated by Grace Ashley from Guildford, 2:49.60 entry. Fastest so far is 2:45. She's beaten that. Well done. Second place is Sophie Maguire. 3rd, Annalise Elford. Good swim, girls.
Heat 4 referee.
In lane 1, Eleanor Blake from Abingdon. 2 is Emily Lowther from Southampton. We got some Southampton interest in this box, so we're cheering them on. Erin Wu in lane 3 from Winchester. Jess Gillett from Maidenhead in 4. Holly Geek from Tunbridge in 5. Scarlett Davey in 6 from White Oak. Alice Young in 7 from Guildford. And Caitlin Fletcher from Rushmore Royals. They're chasing a 2:43.18. Erin Wu from Winchester, 16. She's got the lead at the quarterway point, a 2:44.48. Now, a reminder that the fastest in the pool on entry is a 2:43.95. That is Jess Gillett in lane 4. Lane 4, there she is, she's going well. I think she's in 3rd. I'm not quite sure. It's tied for the 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Emily Lowther from City Southampton going well, as is Alice Young in lane 7 from Guildford. Okay. We got some results of races coming up, but we'll wait until the next race just to announce them. Lane 3 is Erin Wu from Winchester City Penguins. 2:44.48 entry, and oh, it's a tough race out there in lane 7 for Alice Young, doing it all by herself. In fact, it's a really concertina group now. There's few of the swimmers got anyone around them, so this is all going to be about guts and gritting their teeth. Really good strong turn there in lane 1, swimming alone. That's Eleanor Blake from Abingdon, just 14 years old. She's the baby of the field. Well, actually, that's not quite true. There's 3 14-year-olds, Scarlett Davey in 6 and Alice Young in 7. Having a strong swim in 7 now. Alice, she's catching up. There's about a second and a half between Alice is just behind lane 3. That's Erin Wu from Winchester. And coming, looking strong in 2 as well, is Emily Lowther from Southampton. Very tough swim for all these girls. None of them have got anyone next to them to go with. I think lane 3, Erin Wu's probably got enough in the tank now and enough distance to pretty much be assured of winning the race, but she wants to break the time from the previous heat. The time from the previous heat, fastest to date, was by Grace Ashley at 2:43.18, and that's gone. Well done to Erin Wu in first place. Second place was Alice Young. Third place, Emily Lowther. Good swim, girls.
Heat 5, referee.
Okay, I'm going to hand over to the announcer now for some results.
So from the first event, the women's 100 metres freestyle, we had in the junior category, in third place was Lucy Fox from Wickham District. In second place, we had Holly Widows from East Grinstead. And in first place, from Sevenoaks, was Eva Ocaro. And in the senior women's 100 freestyle, in third place, we had Caitlin Ebbage from Tunbridge. In second place, Darcy Rivet from Guildford. And in first place was Eva Ocaro from Sevenoaks.
Right, so we are in heat 5, I believe. So let's have a look. I think we've got some girls who made British in this heat. We have indeed Abby Smiley in lane 4, swam at British. Made the final of the British, I should say. 2:40.50 is what they're aiming for. They're approaching the halfway point. And I think our leader is in, is it 4, 5, or is it 5, 6, or 7? I think it's lane, I'm going to go with lane 4. Yeah, it just is. Grace Pattle from Wickham. Do you have another announcement? We got another result.
And also in the women's 100 free, in the British Paralympic point scoring, we have in third place Amanda Redhead with 508 points, Fern Snedden with 723, and in first place Callie-Anne Warrington from Tunbridge with 825.
Well done to all the medalists. I'm not going to have time to go through the names of the swimmers. We're approaching the three-quarters point here. But our leaders in lane 5, that is Grace Pattle from Wickham. She's trying to break 2:40.50 to take her into the lead. Her entry time is 2:40.79. So there's every chance. It's really, really tight between 4 and 6 and 7 and 8. The race is certainly on that side of the pool. In lane 4 is Abby Smiley from RTW Monson. In lane 6, Holly Hopwood from Guildford. Katie Smith from Guildford in 7. And Sophia Suarez Caulfield from Brighton in 8. But the race is ultimately dominated in lane 5. Grace Pattle from Wickham. Can she beat the 2:40.50? It's getting tight, but yes, she can. Well done, Grace. First place. Second place is Abby Smiley. Third place, Holly Hopwood. Good swim, girls.
Heat 6, referee.
Okay, we've got a few more results.
So in the second event, in the men's 50-metre freestyle, in the junior category, we had in third place Christian Gale from Guildford. In second place, Alexander Davis from East Grinstead. And in first place, from Elmbridge, Phoenix, we had Calvin Gigescu Spires. And then in the senior category for the men's 50 freestyle, in third place, Clive Marquis from Portsmouth. In second place, Christopher Finch from University of Surrey. And in first place, Ewan Taylor with a time of 22.92 from University of Surrey.
Excellent, Ewan Taylor, well done Ewan. Perhaps one of the nicest boys in swimming, by the way, a really nice lad. Okay, let's have a look at our British here. We've got Danny Song in lane 3, made the British final. Well done, Danny. How are we going here? I think our leader's in lane 6. That's Eleanor Perks. Now, Eleanor comes from Whitney. She's an excellent swimmer. She always has been throughout the age groups. There were 3 breaststrokers in Oxford and North Bucks who used to go hammer and tongs with each other for years and years and years, and Ellen was certainly one of them. You've got Hazel Ann Carter from Wickham in 1, Imogen Miles from Sevenoaks in 2, she's just 13 years old. Danny Song from Milton Keynes in 3. Winchester have Eva Johnson in 4 representing them. Grace Pointer in 5 from the University of Surrey. Eleanor Perks, who I've just mentioned, she's in the lead from Whitney in 6. Ellen Bagley, well, that's the second of the 3 girls from ONB. Ellen Bagley in 7 representing Abingdon Vale. Ellen and Eleanor, they must have raced against each other 100 times. And in lane 8, Rosie Richards from Rushmore Royals. Rosie's going really well out there in lane 8, by the way. She's in second place at the moment. The race, in fact, is on that side of the pool. First, second, and third was lane 6, 7, and 8. Going nicely on this side of the pool, she's swimming by herself, is Hazel Ann Carter of Wickham. Confusing with those hats. Not very easy if you're colourblind sometimes, identifying clubs with the hats. But Eleanor Perks is going nicely still. She's definitely got good competition out there with an outside burn with Rosie Richards from Rushmore. There's a tongue twister. Rosie Richards from Rushmore looks like she might even have the lead, and I think she will at the 3/4 point by 0.2 of a second from Eleanor Perks. Third place has moved to this side of the pool. Oh, my apologies. I thought there was 50 more to go. Well done, Rosie. Rosie Richards in first place. Second place, Eleanor Perks. Third place, Danny Song. Good swim, girls.
And in this final heat, heat 7 of the 200 breaststroke, in lane 1 we have Holly Waymond, we have Ruby Stevenson in lane 2, Sophie King from Woking in lane 3, Emma Allett-File from Guildford in lane 4, Louise Bresler from Guildford in lane 5, Macy Brown from Rushmore in lane 6, Charlie Cope from Guildford in lane 7, and Alaya from Sevenoaks in lane 8.
Right, there's no disputing that this race is class, top class. 7 of the 8 girls in the pool made the final at British Summers. I'm not going to name the one who didn't. I think we'll just say 7 of the 8 did. That's quite something, isn't it? We've got Holly Waymond in lane 1 and Maisie Brown in 6 from Maxwell and Rushmore. They are both 14 years old, and the young ones in the race. Now, often in the final heats at events such as this, we've got one particularly dominant swimmer who might have a good lead over the others on entry time, but that is not the case today. All the swimmers are within 5 seconds. All the girls in the middle 4 lanes are within 2 seconds of one another, so it really could be anyone. Sophie King's got the early lead. She's from Woking, age 16, and a 2:33.27 entry. Now, Rosie Richards was an outside burner in the last heat. 2:36.62 is what they're heading for. But it's Sophie King in first place at the halfway point. Emma Allett-File from Guildford in second. Third place is tight, but I think it is Ruby Stevenson. It is Ruby Stevenson from City of Milton Keynes. But this is getting strong in lane 3, and she's beginning to get a bit of a lead on everyone. She's swimming fast, and she's turning best in the field in lane 3. That's Sophie King from Woking. Emma Allet-File going nice. There's a good swim out there out in lane 8 by Alia Richards of Sevenoaks, but this is becoming a pretty dominant race in lane 3. About a body length ahead of lane 4, lane 3. Remind you, Sophie King over at Emma Allet-File. As things stand, very tight. 3's looking good as well, Ruby Stevenson. She swims a lot of different races and always competitive in them. Very strong, very fit. Holly Waymond, the baby of the field, her and Maisie, she's going really well out in lane 1, by the way, and I think she's catching up a little bit. But it's tight. If I look at the other side of the pool, Alia Richards is going well, and Alia Richards is competing for a medal out there in lane 8. Oh, now you should be cheering, everyone. Seriously, this is fast. This is a class race, and there's a lot of medals up for grabs here. Look at Ruby Stevenson coming through in lane 2. Can she do it? She's only got about 7 or 8 meters to get there. 2 and 3, it's lane, it's a dead heat. It's a dead heat. Oh, I'm glad I didn't call which one was going to win. Well done, girls. Ruby Stevenson and Sophie King in lanes 2 and 3, they dead heat for the 2:32.96 third place. Outside lane, Alia Richards. Good swim, girls.
The next event is the men's 200 backstroke. While they're putting the backstroke wedges in, I'll just announce the results from the men's 50 free para swimmers. In third place was Alfie Penfold with 495 points. In second place, Callum Pearson with 547 points. And in first place from Portsmouth, Tomasz Navarro Barbia from Portsmouth with 708. Heat 1 referee.
Okay, Rowan Shearer, he was the one, if you remember, I can't remember which race it was, but it was one of the 50s earlier on, who went very fast and held the lead through several heats. He's from Elmbridge Phoenix. In lane 2, Samuel Bournes from Basingstoke. Harley Williams in 3 from Hastings Seagull. Finn Payton in lane 4 from Elmbridge Phoenix. Tom Henley from Bicester in lane 5. Daniel Borner from City Milton Keynes in 6. And Thomas Melville from Guildford in 7. Thomas is just 13 years old. Right, so where are we? We're approaching the halfway point, and you always know the Bicester swimmer because they got the silver hat on. They picked a good colour because I don't think there's much competition with the silver. So our leader is Tom Henley. Actually, lane 4 is vacant. Izzy our leader, a really strong turn there. Look at Samuel Bournes from Basingstoke. He turned in second. Well, he went into the turn in second and came out of the turn in first. He's getting a lot of, they've got a good race there. It helps them both. Lane 1, Rowan Shearer, is very much keeping in company, and those two boys will push each other along. There's a good race there between the boys in 5 and 6 as well. Tom Henley of Bicester and Daniel Borner of City Milton Keynes. They're from the same county, so I imagine they've swum against each other a number of times over the years. Good strong turn there as well, this time from Rowan. He took some distance out of Samuel Bournes. Rowan, that's interesting, going without a swim cap. It's pretty rare these days, and I think he's got a lead now. He's having a good gala, Rowan. We're approaching the we're approaching the finish. Oh, they're going so fast, I'm taking 50 metres out of the race. Pick your winner here. It's going to be either one of them. Is it Rowan in 1 or Samuel Bournes in 2? I think it's Rowan in lane 1. We've got an outside burner. Rowan wins by 0.2 of a second. Second place with Samuel Bournes. Third, Daniel Borner. Good swim, boys. 2:15.71.
Heat 2 referee.
I said lane 1 was Makar before, but it's Makar. Now, Makar, I think we should all be cheering him on. He's being hosted by Portsmouth North Sea. He's comes from Ukraine. He's over with his mother and a sibling. I'm not sure whether it's a brother or a sister. He's only 12 years old, and well done to Portsmouth North Sea. You're making the world a better place. Luke McGarvey in 2 from Chalfont Otters. Thomas Jennings in 3 from Portsmouth North Sea. Oscar Collier from Black Lion in 4. Daniel Fernandez from Littlehampton in 5. In 6 is Marcus Richards. 7 is vacant. Joseph Mottram in Windsor turns at the halfway point in the lead. So Joseph is the slowest qualifier for this heat, but is going the fastest. Now Rowan went 2:15.71. But that is quicker than any of these boys' entry times. So they're going to have to go well to take the lead in this event as a whole. Very tough swim out there for Joseph. I mentioned it in the first heat. I always feel horribly sorry for the outside lane swimmers when the lane inside them is vacant. He's got to do it all by himself. Coming through those, Marcus Richards from Maidstone, 15 years old, and a 2:17.53 entry. Oh, you can put a blanket over lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pay your money and take your choice. Thomas Jennings from Portsmouth North Sea in 3. Oscar Collier from Black Lion in 4. Daniel Fernandez in 5 from Littlehampton, and Marcus Richards in 6. Who's going to win it? We're near at the end. I can't pick one. You should be cheering loud, everyone. Who do you want to win this race? Looks to me like it's lane 6, Marcus Richards. No, it's not. I'm changing my mind. I was right to change my mind, but I didn't name him in time. Oscar Collier in first place, 2:14.73, fastest time to date. Well done. Marcus Richards in second, and Daniel Fernandez in third. Good swim, boys.
Heat 3 referee.
Right, so they're chasing 2:14.73. Alfie Creek in 1 from City of Milton Keynes. Achilles Bello from Elmbridge in 2. Jacob Kelly in 3 from Guildford. Matthew Metcalf from Mid Sussex Marlins in 4. Fraser White in 5 from Winchester. Freddie Jones in 6 from Royal RTW Monson. Harry Cox in 7 from Thanet. Joe Barnard from Whitney in 8. Our leader at the quarterway point, Fraser White. He's the second fastest qualifier. Fraser comes in with a 2:15.99. He's going to have to take over a second out of that to go faster than Oscar in the last heat. Lane 2 going very, very well. Achilles Bello. I'm testing my Latin here, but aqua means water. I wonder if his parents knew he was going to be a swimmer with his name being Achilles. Who knows? Somebody I'll be interested to know so he can tell the story. At lane 5 is still Fraser White. Lane 1 going nicely as well. Alfie Creek, a little bit more water analogy, hey? Alfie Creek, get it? Okay, he's from the City of Milton Keynes in lane 1. And I got a small snigger here in the commentary box here. Somebody's finding me funny. Right, but he's going to have to do it alone there in lane 5, Fraser White. He's at the 3/4 point. He's only got a short lead there, though. This could be eaten up. Achilles Bello and Alfie Creek are giving him competition. And he's looking good in lane 2. Achilles is looking good. I think someone here thinks he's going to overtake him. That's the advice I'm getting from inside the box. And he's had a good turn as well. I think Achilles in lane 2 might have this. He had a very strong turn there. I think he took half a body length out of the field there. In lane 2, Achilles Bello, good swim. And a fast swim, 2:11.60 is a 5-second improvement on entry. Second place was Fraser White, third Freddie Jones, good swim.
Heat 4 referee.
Okay. In lane 1, Luke Fleming from Tigers Jersey. Charlie Toms from Maxwell in 2. Monty Smith in 3. Monty is a quality swimmer. He's just 13 years old, which makes him 3 years younger than anybody else in the field. George Lambert in 4 from Portsmouth North Sea. Noah Palmer in 5 from Leatherhead. In 6 is Veer Kassan from City of Milton Keynes. Let's just have a look who's in the lead at the quarter point. That's George Lambert. George in lane 4, the fastest qualifier. But just behind him in lane 7, Sam Drew from Maxwell. In lane 8, we've got Aidan McCarthy from Bracknell and Woking. And I've been cheering on Aidan all day because I met his parents earlier on. I always cheer on the children whose parents I meet. So come on, Aidan, let's give it a good go. Very good swim out there in lane 7 for Sam Drew from Maxwell. He's a good swimmer, Sam. He's neck and neck with 4, 5 and 7 and within 1/10 of a second, I think, or within 3/10 of a second. Who's actually in the lead? Noah Palmer, but there's nothing in it with Sam Drew and George Lambert. Who had the best turn there? I would say that was lane 5, who slightly got himself ahead, Noah Palmer, but I could be wrong. Coming through nicely as well in lane 3 is Monty Smith, and remember, he's 3 years younger than the rest of the field. He had a brilliant turn. He's caught half a body length up on the whole field there. Let's keep an eye on him. Monty Smith in lane 3. He is looking good. Lane 5 is got a good lead, though, as where are we? We're at the 3/4 point. Oh, look at the skills in lane 3. He's just a brilliant turning there. Again, from Monty Smith, but he's got a little bit to catch up with lane 5, Noah Kassan. Noah Palmer, I should say. My apologies. It's Noah in 5. Noah comes in with an entry of 2:13.77. He needs to If he hits that time, he's going to be the fastest swimmer today, and he does. 3 seconds out of entry time. Second place, Monty Smith. Third place, George Lambert. Good swim, boys.
Just on that. No, she hasn't. Heat 5, referee.
Okay, we've got some results to announce.
So in the women's 200 breaststroke, the junior and senior results are the same. In third place is Alia Richards from Sevenoaks. In joint first place is Ruby Stevenson and Sophie King from City of Milton Keynes and Woking respectively.
Right, so we're at the quarterway point. We've got a big, strong, dominant race by Rowan Penny from the University of Surrey as things stand. Let's go through the swimmers though. Luke Poulton, swimming family, one of 3 swimming boys in lane 1 from Wickham District. Joseph Reedhead from Guildford in 2. Jacob Palmer in 3 from Leatherhead. Rowan Penny from University of Surrey with a dominant first half. A 2:10.98 entry. He'll need to go a little bit quicker than that to take the lead. In lane 5 is Ryan Sawyer from Beacon. Jake Chesworth in 6 from Maxwell. Going really well in lane 7 as well as Ben Hatfield from Winchester, and he's catching up fast now. So is lane 1, Luke Poulton. In lane 8 is Anthony Kepper from Bracknell and Wokingham. Now all these boys qualify within a couple of seconds, and this is a really dispersed race. It's 1 and 4 and 7 are our strongest swimmers at the moment. Maybe not strongest, but leading swimmers at the 3/4 point. But it's Rowan's still got the lead. He's been caught up a lot, but he has not been overtaken. In lane 1, Luke Poulton looking good. In lane 7, Ben Hatfield looking good. Youngest in the field for interest is lane 5. That's Ryan Sawyer. Ryan Sawyer. So I think it might be Luke Poulton pulling ahead here from lane 1. It's hard for me to tell. 7 looks good as well. I'm going for, I can't make my mind. I'll change my mind. I'll go for lane 7. Oh, I should have stuck with you, Luke. Sorry, Luke, you won it. Luke Poulton wins it. Outside burner. We love an outside burner. Ben Hatfield in second place in lane 7 and Rowan Penny in third. Good swim, boys.
Heat 6, referee.
Right, I've got a confession to make. I threw away my notes, important notes here. But we got a fairly remarkable thing in this race, I think, as memory serves. That Aaron Bissett in 3 from Monson, Isaac Thompson in 4 from Tigers Jersey, and Johnny Ireland from Maidenhead. I'm almost sure that they got gold, silver and bronze in their age group at the British Summers final. Now, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that those 3 14-year-olds who are in 3 and 4 and 7 were literally gold, silver, bronze in the British. In lane 1, Daniel Fallon from Epsom, 2, Thomas Spencer from Portsmouth, Aaron Bissett in 3 from RTW Monson, Isaac Thompson from Tigers Jersey, Fabian Brudnicki from University of Surrey in 5, David Allen in 6 from Sevenoaks. Our leader at the moment is Fabian Brudnicki. Second place at the moment, Isaac Thompson, and Johnny Ireland in lane 7 is in 3rd at the halfway point. Lane 8 is vacant. I'll say lane 8 is empty. I'm told vacant's the wrong word to use. Now, the 3/4 point, there's nothing in it, is there? 4/100ths of a second. Fabian Brudnicki's still got the lead, but it is marginal. He's had a good turn there, though. I think he's taken 1/4 of a body length out of Isaac Thompson. 3rd place could be lane 7, I think, which is Johnny Ireland. But Thomas Spencer at Portsmouth North sees, he's only a kick behind as well. That's all going to come down to who had the faster turn. Now, they're chasing 2:08.62 to take the lead at this stage, and I think they're going to do it. In lane 4 is Isaac Thompson. He's taken 4 seconds out of it. Well done, Isaac. A 4-second improvement on entry as well. Fabian Brudnicki in 2nd place, 3rd place. Thomas Spencer. Good swim, boys.
The final heat, heat 7 of the men's 200 backstroke. In lane 1, we have Freddie James from Wantage. In lane 2, Jake Acton from Brighton. In lane 3, Samuel Lowe from Guernsey. In lane 4, Dennis Malkovitsky from Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson. In lane 5, Ellis Morgan from Amersham. In lane 6, Oliver Pope from Thanet. In lane 7, Christian Dutoff from Guildford. And in lane 8, Dominic Morgan from Leatherhead. Heat 7 referee.
Tell you what, there's a name from the past for Oxford and North Bucks. Come on, Freddie. In lane 1, Freddie James. I've seen him swim a few races over the years, and I think he's had a good start. Lane 7, Christian Dutoft, I think is the leader, just after 1 length, but a very strong start from him from Guildford City. 2:04.10 is the time they're going to need to beat in order to win. Now, there's a very strong favourite. Well, not very strong, but Dennis Malkovsky in lane 4 is a 2:01.75 entry, and he's about 1.25 ahead of Ellis Morgan from Amersham in lane 5 on entry. But I tell you what, it could be any one of them, couldn't it? You pays your money, you take your choice. Lane 2 going very well. Jake Acton from Brighton at 2:05.94. In lane 7, Christian Dutoff still looking good out there in lane 7, looking strong at the halfway point. Are they going to break the minute for the halfway point? Not quite. But these boys are going well. Really strong turn in lane 2 and lane 4. Both of those boys took time out of the field. Jake Acton, he could cause a surprise here. We've a long way to go, and it's a close race, but he's got a bit of a lead on there. How's his turn? Turn looks fine to me, but he's a strong, very, very technically good swimmer. Dennis Malkovsky from RTW Monson. He's just 15 years old, a 2:01.75 entry. And he's in the lead now. Lane 5 going nicely is Ellis Morgan from Amersham at 2:03. Still going nicely in lane 6 as well is Oliver Pope from Thanet. He's a 2:05 entry. We're approaching the end of the race. Now remember, it's not necessarily the winner from this heat. They've got to beat 2:04.10 from the last heat. It's going to be pretty close. But in lane 4, Dennis Malkowski in first place. Second place in this heat was Ellis Morgan. And third place in this heat was Jake Acton. Good swim, boys.
Event 5 is the women's 50 fly. There are 9 heats. Heat 1, referee.
Okay, I'm not going to announce the names in this race because I've just been advised that the boy who won that last heat, Dennis Malkowski, he's also being homed and housed and welcomed from the Ukraine. So well done, Dennis, and very well done to whoever's hosting him. Worth mentioning in this heat, Iona Winifred is an S6 in lane 2. S6 is swimmers of short stature. Our winner was Daisy McGregor in lane 6. In lane 2, Hannah O'Mahony came second place. And Maya, I've just got to find Maya's full name. Maya T. Saldana is what I have on my pad. Well done, girls.
This isn't Ali, is it? Heat 2, referee.
Okay, in lane 6, Callie-Ann Warrington is an S10 swimmer. S10 is swimmers with very minimal impairment that affects one joint, usually their foot or hand. Our leader as we get towards the end of the race, I believe, is in lane 2, stand to be corrected, Eleni Ianau. I might be wrong, could be lane 7 in fact. Oh, I was wrong with both, it was lane 1. Sorry, Sadie. Sadie Warmington wins the race, well done, Sadie. Sorry I didn't make more fuss of you. Penny Adamson in second place, Eleni Ianau in first. And well done, Sadie, for breaking the 30-second barrier. Good swim, girls.
Heat 3 referee.
Okay, so 29.96 is what we're looking at. We've had a strong start there in lane 2 and 6, I think. That's Priya Palmer from Windsor in 2, and in 6 we've got Madison Langley from Abingdon Vale. Strong turn there in 7, which is, who's that? Connie Mortimer from Guildford, but I think this is going to be lane 6. Sophie, beg your pardon, Madison Langley, am I right? No, I'm not. I'm not getting him right at the moment. Connie Mortimer with that excellent turn in first place. Madison Langley in second. Third place was Lucy Kelly. That's the fastest time to date. Well done, Connie.
Heat 4 referee.
Good start there in 6, I think, was the fastest, I think. Sophie Siong from City of Milton Keynes. I'm not sure, it's hard to tell. Lane 3 going well, in fact, definitely lane 3. Ella Humphreys from Guildford, she's only 12 years old as well. How's her turn? She's won the last up, but she's, who's going to win this? I can't pick. I'm going to go for her in lane 3, Ella Humphreys, I think. But these are hard to pick. Yep, looks like lane 3 to me. Ella Humphreys. Big glide there, Ella. First place was Alexandra Rolls. Second was Katie Oliver. Third, Ella Humphreys. Good swim, girls.
Heat 5 referee.
So almost every metre of the 15 metres allowed there was used by Delilah Martin of Hazelmere, 29.61 entry. 29.62 is what they're chasing from the last heat. Oh, I just can't pick it. Lane 3 or 4, I think. There's Sophie Knocker and Paige Austin Burrows. Sophie Knocker in 3, I think. Yes, it is, 29.25. That's fast as well. That's a 0.3 improvement on entry. Second place was Paige Austin Burrows. Third place was Millie Forcier. Good swim, girls.
Heat 6 referee.
I think we've got a strong start there from lane 3. That's Megan Hansford for Tigers Jersey. Also looking good in 4 and 6. Lucy Isaacson from Seaclose in 4 and Darcy Revitt from Guildford in 6. Darcy Revitt won one of the events earlier in the day. 7's going very nicely as well. Scarlett Shepherd also from Guildford, and I think she's got it in lane 7. No, she hasn't. I'm not getting any of these right, am I? Despoina Giannakaki in lane 2 from the City of Milton Keynes. Well done, Despoina. Well done. You got the fastest time to date. Scarlett Shepherd in second place. Megan Hansford in third. Good swim, girls.
Heat 7 referee.
Ali Bassett in lane 4 was a British finalist in this. Well done to Spoiler. I should have made more fuss of you. It's hard, though, these 50s to commentate on. Lane 2's going well. Oh, we've got lots of interest in the box. Ali Bassett representing City of Southampton, standing next to her mum, and she's getting a little bit excitable. In lane 2, I think, is Poppy Baber in the lead from City of Milton Keynes. I think she's definitely got the lead. In fact, as far as the 50 goes, this is a dominant race, and well done to Poppy. 28.44. They give her a round of applause. So that's a 0.7 improvement on entry. That is rapid. Well done, Poppy. That is wheels fast. Second place was Ali Bassett. Scarlett Sim and Jess Gillett come joint third. Well done, girls.
Heat 8 referee.
Good start from lane 3 and lane 6. We've got 2 empty lanes in this one. It's a shame. 3 is Zoe Musial from University of Surrey, and 6 is Annabelle Compton, just 14 years old, from Wickham. And she's an outstanding swimmer and just qualifies and wins medal after medal, race after race. But in lane 3, it is Zoe Musial from University of Surrey. Scott's beat 28.44. Oh, she goes ahead of Poppy Baybuck by 1/100th of a second. Zoe Musial takes the lead in this event to date. Second place, Charlotte Moores. Third, Annabelle Compton.
In this final heat, we have in lane 1, Isabella Acaro from Sevenoaks. In lane 2, Sophie King from Woking. In lane 3, Emily Ford from University of Surrey. In lane 4, Holly Widows from East Grinstead. In lane 5, Eva Acaro from Sevenoaks. In lane 6, Kennedy Gordon from Reed School. In lane 7, Lottie Roberts from Guildford City. And in lane 8, Ella Thornburg from Littlehampton.
We got British finalists here with Sophie King, Eva Acaro and Ella Thornburg, I should say. Eva Acaro won a silver medal. Back in the day, Emily Ford, when I don't know, when she was 12 or 13 years out, actually had a British record. It's brilliant to see Emily here. She used to train my son, and I didn't know she was here, so I'm thrilled about that. It's going to be lane 4, it's going to come through. Holly Widows, she's a 26.42 entry. It's tight though. Yeah, oh no, Eva Acaro, well done Eva. 2/100ths of a second, she did her on the touch. Second place was Holly Widows, and in third place, Emily Ford. So, Eva Acaro from Sevenoaks, that is. Good swim, girls.
The next event, event 6, is the men's 100-metre individual medley. Heat 1, referee.
Lane 1 is Gregor Hutchinson from Thanet, Joshua Crombie from Sevenoaks in 2, Adam Parvin in 3 from Mid-Sussex Marlins, Harry Prescott from Crawley in 4, Aubrey Armada Bennett from Sevenoaks in 5, Hannah's Neef from Eastbourne in 6, Callum Pearson from 7, Hastings Seagull. I'm not going to do the names next time. Callum Pearson in lane 7 is an SM10. SM10, wait a moment. That's swimmers with minimal impairment that affects one joint, usually their foot or hand. Oh, I've done the admin and we're 3/4 of the way through the race. Right, where are we? Callum's out there alone. Always, I've mentioned this before, feel that's very tough on him there. But our leader is Aubrey Armada Bennett. He's looking good. These races are quick. Lane 1 going very nicely. Gregor Hutchinson, 15 from Thanet. Oh, I tell you what, it's close, but it's going to be lane 5, I think. It is lane 5. That is Aubrey Armada Bennett. Second place was Harry Prescott. Third was Gregor Hutchinson. Good swim, boys.
Heat 2, referee.
We got some results coming. We're going to wait till after the 100 IM because it's a bit fast and furious and we're a bit stressed if we got to rush this. Monty Smith in lane 7, he's got a good lead there. He's a good backstroker, Monty. How's his breaststroke though? He hasn't got much of a lead. Lane 1's going very well. Charlie Francis from Alton and District, he's just 14. Lots of young'uns in this race. Leonardo's only 13 in lane 6. Monty Smith 13 and 7. 14-year-olds in 1, 2 and 5 as well. Fairly dominant race, I think, in lane 7. Monty Smith, 106.33 is what he's aiming at. Lane 1, Gregor Hutchinson from Thanet, giving him pressure, actually. I'll tell you what, he's catching up a lot, but it's just a little bit too late. First place, Monty Smith. Second place was Charlie Francis. Third, Christopher Hind. Good swim, boys.
Heat 3, referee.
.04 is what we're aiming at. So who's the best fly swimmer? It looks like lane 8's got a good swim there. Leo Nichols from Bracknell and Wokingham. Difficult though, lane 4 looks good as well. Ollie Mowbray from Amersham. And lane 5, Colm Mathema from Thanet. I might be saying that name wrong. Please come and correct me if I am. 6, James Potts might have the lead from Chichester. I think he has, in fact. Well done, James. James got a lead. Who's the best breaststroker? That was a good turn there in lane 5 from Colm Mathema from Thanet to 106.75. They're going to have to go fast to take the lead away from Monty Smith, who's a 104.04. But we shall see. There's a good fight out there in lane 7 as well, Ellis Knowles. But our leader's lane 5, Colm Mathema from Thanet. 104.04 is what we're looking at, but it could be 5, 6 or 7. Cole from James from Ellis. Coming through is lane 5. I think he might have got it. It's 4 or 5 on a dead heat for me. Colm Mathema in first place, 105.55. Second, James Potts. And in third was Harry Cox. Good swim, boys.
Heat 4, referee.
Okay, the 104.04 wasn't beaten. We got 3 Sevenoaks boys in lanes 4, 5 and 6 out of interest. I'm not going to name everyone. Daniel Tate and Zach for them, though. Lane 8's definitely our leader here. Thomas Goldup from Dover Lifeguard, 15 years old. A 106.68 entry. Definitely being caught up, though, particularly from lane 4. That is Daniel Oliver from Sevenoaks. Oh, I tell you what, it's tight, though. Lane 7 going well. Oscar Collier from Black Lion, who also have a silver hat. I was about to say he came from Bicester after what I mentioned earlier on. Lane 3 looking good. Henry Manning from Rushmore Royals. But, oh, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, here's me saying one person's leading. They might be in 5th place for all I know. But I think the strongest breaststroke there is definitely lane 3. Henry Manning from Rushmore Royals, 15 years old, at 106.37. But let's not forget the time they're aiming at is 104.04. Big strong swim from Oscar out in lane 7, but it's going to be lane 3, 104.04. Not quite. So Henry Manning in first place, second place Oscar Collier, third place Daniel Oliver. Good swim, boys.
Heat 5, referee.
Strong start there in lane 7 from Benjamin Smith from Woking. I'll tell you a little secret. Benjamin's got a few years on the other swimmers in this race. I won't embarrass him by telling you how many years, but he's got a few. Really good underwater work there in lane 2 from Jack Allman. I think he took distance out of the whole field. He certainly did, and he's in the lead now. He actually honestly took a metre out of everybody on his turn. And we got lane 3 going nicely as well. Lane 3's Demi Ali, and in lane 8 going very well, Henry Benton from Maidenhead. I think Henry might have the lead now, out in lane 8. And we know we love an outside burn. I'm sure he's in the lead. Can he hold on though? How's that turn look? It wasn't as good as lane 5. That's Samuel Law Chin Young, but he might hold on to the lead. I think he is. I think we got a lane 8 burner. Outside burner. Yes, we do, and it's fast. 101.86 is 4-second improvement on entry. Second place was Samuel Law Chin Young, and in third, Demi Ali. Good swim, boys.
Heat 6, referee.
So where's our start? Big start in lane 4. Sam Pyfin, she's a good swimmer, Sam, very strong. Good sprinter, good at fly, good at free, and he is in lane 4 representing Maxwell, but he's not got the lead. I think that's Ethan Richards-Knight from Chalfont. Oh, pretty much neck and neck. In fact, I think it is Sam at the halfway point. It is, but only by 6/100ths of a second. Often comes down to the breaststroke, let's not forget. Really, really good turn in 3 and 5. That's Nathaniel Reeve from Woking in 3 and Matthew Clark in lane 5. Matthews from Eastbourne. But Sam Pyfinch in 4 turns in the lead, just ahead of Nathaniel Reeve. I think Sam's probably got he's got about half a body length. 101.86 is the time we're looking for to take the lead. Oh, he's broken a minute. Let's give him a round of applause. He's broken the minute barrier. Well done, Sam. Good swim, Sam. Second place was Nathaniel Reeve. Third place was Ethan Richards-Knight. Good swim, boys.
Heat 7, referee.
Okay, 59.84. None of the entry times in this race are as fast as that. We've got a very strong start in lane 6. Joseph Bradshaw from Abingdon Vale. He's a particularly strong fly swimmer, always has been. In lane 3, Alex Bacon from Maidenhead going nicely as well. Really good turn there from Joseph Bradshaw in 6. He really, really moved from his fly to his backstroke very, very well. Lane 4 going well is Leon Taylor from Shiverers. Leon has been below a minute on his entry time. The best turn there was in lane 3. Alex Bacon from Maidenhead. He's a 1 minute .20 swimmer and looking strong out there. Oh, pick him up. It could be anyone. 3, 4, or 6. Who's the strongest one? The lead's definitely in lane 3 now. Alex Bacon from Maidenhead. And he had a good turn. He's tying up a little bit, but I think he's probably got enough to hold on. He's got to look at that time now. 59.84 is what they're going for. In lane 3. And he takes the lead. Well done, Alex. 59.11. Second place, Leon Taylor. Third place, Joseph Bradshaw.
And in this final heat of the men's 100 IM, we have in lane 1, James Renshaw from Lancing. In lane 2, Jack Sadbury from Shiverers. In lane 3, Aaron Bissett from RTW Monson. In lane 4, Joe Buxton from Reading. In lane 5, Alfie Evans from Reading. In lane 6, Alexander Davis from East Grinstead. In lane 7, Ruben Alexander from University of Surrey. And in lane 8, Dominic Morgan. Heat 8, referee.
Now remember everybody, it doesn't have to be the last heat which creates the winner. 59.11 is a tough time to beat. Lane 2 has definitely had the best start there, I think. I shouldn't say definitely, but Jack Sadbury from Shiverers looks ahead to me. And I tell you what, his turn into the backstroke's been good as well. Going well in lane 5 is Alfie Evans from Reading. Joe Buxton in 4's a very strong breaststroke, but he's got too much to catch up, I would have thought. Lane 2 and lane 5 both looking very good. Jack Sadbury from Shiverers, Alfie Evans from Reading. 3 coming through very nicely is Aaron Bissett. He's just 14 years old, youngest boy in the field by a couple of years. Lane 5 in the lead now, Alfie Buxton. I beg your pardon, Alfie Evans. Alfie Evans in lane 5. Oh, I tell you what, is it going to be Alfie Evans or Aaron Bissett? Aaron Bissett. Mike. And 3rd place, Alexander Davis. Well done, boys.
There will now be a 20-minute break. The next event will be event 7 at 4 o'clock.
1-1.
Test microphone 1.
It's Oscar. Yes. Test microphone 2.
Testing.
The next event will be the women's 400 meter freestyle. There will be 6 heats. We've got 7. Heat 1, referee.
Right, off we go again. Good news. Amanda Reedhead in 1 from Maxwell. She's an S8. I'll go into that in a moment. Hattie Lever from Whitney in lane 2. Annabelle Cooper from Wickham in 3. Scarlett Davey from White Oak in 4. Charlotte Hayden in 5 from Wickham District. Holly Rochel from Crawley in 6. And Fern Snedden from RTW Monson in 7. Fern is an S6 classification. So I'll just take you through that again. I'm sorry to be repetitive, but it's good to know where we are with these things. So in lane 1, Amanda Reedhead is an S8 category in the para class, which is a swimmer with full use of their arms and trunk, with good hip and some leg movement. There are other elements to the category, but that's the sort of basic overview of it. And S6, now that relates to Fern in lane 7. That's swimmers with a short stature. And again, there's other elements to it, which I won't go through because there's actually paragraphs of information. But as they go on, we've got a leader in lane 5, that's Charlotte Hayden. But I'm going to hand over for some results now.
So from event 4, the 200 backstroke for men. In the junior category, 3rd place was Johnny Ireland from Maidenhead. 2nd place was Isaac Thompson from Tigers Jersey. And 1st place was Dennis Malkowski from RTW Monson. And in the senior category for the 200 men's backstroke, 3rd place was Isaac Thompson from Tigers Jersey. 2nd place was Ellis Morgan from Amersham. And 1st place with a time of 2 minutes, 2 seconds, 8.82 was Dennis Malkowski from RTW Monson.
So, let's catch this up a little bit. Where are we? Well, let's do some more results, shall we? Yeah, let's keep going.
So from event 5, the women's 50-metre butterfly. In the junior category, in 3rd place was Ella Thornburg from Littlehampton. In 2nd place, Holly Widows from East Grinstead. And in 1st place was Eve O'Caro from Sevenoaks. And in the senior category, in 3rd place was Emily Ford from University of Surrey. 2nd place was Holly Widows from East Grinstead. And 1st place was Eve O'Caro. And in the paraswimmers category, in 2nd place was Iona Winifrith with 534 points. And in 1st place was Callie-Ann Warrington with 837 points.
Right, we'll have more to come there. But I've lost track of how far we are. I think we're 3 lengths away for our leader. But I might be wrong. That's Charlotte Hayden from Wickham. She's just 13. So's Annabelle Cooper in lane 3. Now, Charlotte came in with an entry. They all have very, very similar entry times in the middle of the pool. Lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all 440s or 441s. Now, I'm pretty sure we've got 2 more lengths to go as they touch at the, that's for the swimmers in 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, have just a couple of lengths to go as they touch at the end now, or 1 length now, in fact. I will stand to be corrected. Now, Charlotte Hayden, as I said, is a 441, but as are the swimmers who are around her. And I think she's coming in to finish here, and she's going to have an improvement on her entry time of 9 seconds. Well done, Charlotte. In 2nd place is lane 2, Hattie Lever from Whitney, 440. Well done, Hattie. That's an improvement on entry time. And in 3rd place, Holly Rochell from Crawley. Good swim, girls. Now let's cheer on Amanda and Fern. Amanda in lane 1 is an S8, like I mentioned earlier on. And Fern's... I'm just ordering my tea, sorry for the break. Fern Snedden in lane 7 is an S6. Now, for the really basic view of the classifications, the smaller the number, the more, what's the word I should use here? I want to use the appropriate word, but the less likely the swimmer is to go really fast. I'll put it that way. So Amanda's in lane 1 with an S8, compared to Fern in 7, who's an S6. So actually what you would probably expect is for Amanda in lane 1 to be a little bit ahead by virtue of being an S8 versus an S6. I hope I haven't mixed everything up there, but that's the basic understanding as I know it. 4th place was Scarlett Davey, and 5th place was Annabelle Cooper.
No, not yet.
Amanda's entry time was a 6:16. Well done, Amanda. That's 3 seconds improvement on entry time. And Fern, well done to Fern as well. Good swim, girls. Well done.
Okay. Go. Heat 2 referee.
In lane 1, we've got Ailish Rabi, or Rabev. I think it's Rabi, actually, from Beausejour. Alicia Bethel in lane 2 from Wickham District. Lilia Fornacier from Sevenoaks in 3. Aneska Ellis from City of Milton Keynes in 4. She's a 4:38 entry. That's our fastest swimmer on entry time. Ashley Stemp in 5 from Hamilton Waterlooville. Jessica Gable from RTW Monson in 6. Hannah Day in 7 from Portsmouth Northsea. And Darcy Smith also from Portsmouth Northsea in lane 8. Definitely worth keeping an eye on Darcy Smith in lane 8. I think she's in the lead, actually. She's just 12 years old, 2 years younger than anybody else in the field. With that, I'm going to hand over for a few more results.
From the results from event 6, the men's 100-metre individual medley. In the junior category, in the 3rd place was Leon Taylor from Chivalrous. In 2nd place was Alexander Davis from East Grinstead. And in 1st place was Aaron Bissett from RTW Monson. And in the senior category, Alexander Davis from East Grinstead was 3rd. Alfie Evans from Reading was 2nd. And Aaron Bissett, with a time of 58.81, is the winner from RTW Monson. And in the para category, the winner with 572 points was Callum Pearson.
Okay, we're 200 metres the way through. We're at the halfway point, and this is remarkably close, isn't it? We got 3 swimmers within 0.2 of a second, and a 4th one, only 1 more second behind that, and a 5th one just half a second behind that. So we got the baby of the field in the lead. That's Darcy Smith from Portsmouth Northsea. A 4:40.50 entry. Now, I was quick in that last race. Charlotte Hayden was a 4:32. So if, I make no assumption that Darcy will win it from lane 8, but if she is to keep in the lead there, she's going to have to go 8 seconds faster than her entry time in order to get the lead in the event as a whole. She's working hard there, looking good in lane 7 and lane 5. 5, 6 and 7 are competitive, aren't they? Lane 5 is, who's lane 5? Aneska Ellis from Milton Keynes, Ashley Stemp in 5, Jessica Gable in 6, lane 1 looking good as well, Ailish Rabi. But she's actually pushing ahead now a bit. Darcy Smith, a little bit of doubt about that from my colleague here, but I think so, pushing ahead a little bit. 4:32 is going to be tough. She's going to have to work hard to get to that. But this is a strong race, but especially bearing in mind she's 2 years younger than anybody else in the field. Lane 6 coming through now. That's Jessica Gable from Monson. Been a tight race for those girls on the other side of the pool, the far side of the pool from me, and they're in the last 50 metres. This is a very tight race. Races aren't normally this tight over a 400 in the early heats, so well done, girls. But the thing to keep your eye on here is, is the time going to be quicker than 4:32.37? Big, strong swim coming from lane 6. How well has Jessica Gable timed this? From Monson, not quite enough distance to catch up. Darcy Smith in lane 8. Darcy Smith in 1st place. 2nd place is Jessica Gable, and 3rd place was Ailish Rabi. 2 of the first 3 girls in the outside lanes. Well done, girls.
Heat 3 referee.
Very kind Monson parents just gone and bought me a cup of tea. Bought us all a cup of tea. Good grief, aren't we spoilt? Right, in lane 1 is Cara Muller from Guildford. In lane 2 is Grace Ashley, she's from Guildford as well. Alice Weston in 3 from Wickham, and Alice has got a bit of a lead there. She had the food of champions this morning for breakfast. She had breakfast with me and her mother. Where are we? Lane 4, Grace Cummings from Thanet, going nicely as well. In lane 5, Ashley Stemp from Haventon Waterlooville. Lane 6 is Jessica Gable from Monson. Lane 7, Hannah Day from Portsmouth Northsea. No, I'm actually reading completely the wrong list of names. Let me start again. Cara Muller in 1 from Guildford. I got that right. Grace Ashley in 2 from Guildford. Alice Weston 3 from Wickham. Grace Cummings from Thanet in 4. Neve Hasselwander from Epsom in 5. Caris Capri from Rushmore Royals in 6. Tia Lomas in 7 from Wickham. And Amelie Shaw from Guildford in 8. Okay, we're at a halfway point. Alice Weston's gone 2:12 at this stage. Remember, 2:32 is our benchmark at the moment. Alice is stretching out a pretty good lead here. Second place is lane 7. Hannah Day from... Oh, good grief, I've got to cross that out because I go for the wrong name all the time. Second place is Tia Lomas from Wickham as well. So Wickham have got a 1 and a 2 as things stand at the moment. And in third place in lane 4, looking good actually, strong and long. I think there's more race energy in Grace Cummings from Thanet. But lane 3, pretty dominant in this race, I'd say, Alice Weston. And there's going to be 100 metres to go when she turns next at the end of this heat. Now, I think she's getting caught up a bit by Tia Lomas in lane 7, but probably not enough to take on the race. We've got 2 strong swims on the outside as well. Cara Muller from Guildford, she's 16, and Amelie Shaw also from Guildford out in lane 8, who's 15. I was trying to commentate then using a pen as a microphone briefly. Right, we're in our final 50 and this is going to be touch and go. I'll tell you what, that swim from Charlotte Hayden was a pretty strong swim from the first heat. 4:32 is what we're looking at. 4:32.37 is to keep an eye on. Lane 1's timed this race very well, hasn't she? Eilish Raby from Beausejour. But Alice Weston, she's dominated. She's led from start to finish, and she's going to break that 4:32, and she's going to take the lead in the event to date. In second place was Cara Muller from lane 1, and Tia Lomas from Wickham in lane 7 came third. Good swim, girls.
Heat 4 referee.
Oh, good close start here. Rosie Pope in lane 1 from Thanet. She's 13 years old, youngest in the field. Charlotte Fackel, I think, from Leatherhead in lane 2. Annabelle Compton from Wickham in lane 3. Amelia Ailing from Portsmouth Northsea in 4. Lucia Lopez from City of Milton Keynes in 5. Darcy Leonard in lane 6 from Guildford. Lane 7 is Hazel Ann Carter from Wickham. And in lane 8 is Grace Pattle from Wickham as well. 4:30.97 is the time which Alice went, so that's what we need to keep our eye on. We've got a very tight race here, and that just helps all the girls because they got somebody next to them to race with, and that's always an advantage. At the 1/4 point, the 1:03 is pretty quick actually. Who's in the lead there? In lane 5, it's Lucia Lopez from City of Milton Keynes. She comes in with an entry of 4:32.68. So she's going to need to improve that if she's to get ahead of Alice. Second place as we are at the moment, I think, is Amelia Ayling from Portsmouth North Sea, and in third place, Annabelle Compton from Wickham District. Keeping a good eye on Rosie, she's just 13, she's going very well in lane 1. Everyone's in touch here, it's going to be down to who's timed the race the best, I think. Yeah. Right, so we're at the halfway point here. Oh, it's neck and neck. There's nothing in those two. Just 5/100ths of a second between Amelia and Lucia. Amelia in 4 from Portsmouth, Lucia in 5 from City of Milton Keynes. And lane 3 very much in amongst the race is Annabelle Compton. But this is pushing through nicely in 7 as well as Hazel Ann Carter. She's got a good race there in 6, 7 and 8. They'll all be looking after each other and racing each other on. Grace Pattle doing well from Wickham. A lot of Wickham swimmers in the 400 free. In fact, as I look, I think there's Wickham swimmers in literally every heat. We've had a change of leader now. Amelia Ayling's pressed ahead, and she's pressed ahead well, actually. She's got a second on the field. And Annabelle Compton's keeping her good company, as is Lucia Lopez. But she was our fastest qualifier, Amelia. 4:32.52. And remember, she's going to need a couple of seconds improvement on that time if she's to take the lead in the event to date. We've got a close one here, haven't we? I think we go into the last 50, don't we, at the next turn? Oh, I'll tell you what, who's going to win it? It's going to be a sprint finish. This is tough. There's 3/100ths of a second between lane 3. Oh, and Annabelle had a really good turn there. Annabelle went into that turn in second place, and she came out of the water in first. A really good turn when she's tired out. Well done, Annabelle. And I think she's probably done enough to take this race home. I'm not sure. But I'll tell you what, the straight arms are coming out in lane 4 for Amelia. It's not over yet, but I think it is going to be Annabelle Compton. Remember, 4:30.97. Well inside. Well done, Annabelle. Annabelle in first place. Second place was lane 4. Amelia Ayling and Lucia Lopez in third. Good swim, girls.
Heat 5 referee.
Kirsten Abrams in lane 1 from Mid Sussex Marlins. Maisie Dickinson in 2 from Wickham District. Sky Austin Burrows from Rushmore Royals in 3. Louise Bresler in 4 and Alice Young in 5. They're both from Guildford. In 6 is Lilia Gilbert from Wickham. In 7, Amelia Oliver from Monson. And Emily Menlove from Winchester City Penguins in 8. I was just speaking to her mum, I think, so I'm cheering on Emily in this race. We're cheering on Emily and Sky in here. Yeah? Which lane is Sky in? Lane 3. Okay. So we're cheering on Emily and Sky, but it looks like lane 5's in the lead, and we're actually cheering them all on, really. We're just saying it for laughs, aren't we? Alice Young's got an early lead at the quarterway points, and I think actually it's already gone. No, she's just got a lead over lane 4, Louise Bresler. Now, Louise Bresler came in with a 4:26.7, and they're just getting faster and faster, these swims. The quality of the day's been excellent. If you have to beat your entry time to have any chance, honestly, of getting into the positions which become really competitive. And these two girls are neck and neck, just like the last race. 0.06 between them. Good turn there in lane 4 in particular from Louise. She took a little bit of distance out of it. Going nicely in lane 3 as well is Sky Austin Burrows from Rushmore. And I like their bright green hats as well, makes things easier to notice. Lane 7, Amelia Oliver from Monson going nicely. She's a 4:30.35 entry. So she's certainly going to be trying to break that 4:30 barrier. Neck and neck, these girls in 4 and 5, absolutely nothing in it. It was 6 100ths. Oh, it's gone up to a massive 12 100ths, the difference between the two of them. It's anybody's race between those two, isn't it? So we're over halfway now. Oh, hasn't it got more mellow than those 50s and those 100s, eh? They're a bit of a stress, aren't they? Right, they're still neck and neck, these two girls, at the 250 mark. 12 100s a moment ago. Oh, it's extended. It's extended to... Right, we're at the 3/4 mark now, and these two girls, we need to get cheering here because there is nothing between them. There's been nothing between them throughout the whole race. Definitely a stronger turn there by Louise in lane 4. Now let's remember, these girls are from the same club. Louise in lane 4. Presume, I don't know if they train together, but I'd assume they do. We got 50 meters to go, and Louise just seems to be chipping away. Louise just seems to be chipping away with Alice in second place. Nothing in it, though. And let's cheer them on to the finish. And the time they're looking at is 4:25.73. Oh, I'll tell you what, they're neck and neck right the way till the end. And coming through, I think it's lane 5. Alice Young, I think she's just about got it. Alice Young, well done. And she goes into the lead, 4:23.01. Well done, Alice. 4:23.01 is the fastest time to date. Well done.
And in the final heat of the women's 400 free, in lane 1, we have Madison Emmett from Guildford. In lane 2, Rosie Richards from Rushmore. In lane 3, Pearl Griffiths from University of Surrey. Lane 4 is Lucy Fox from Wickham District. Lane 5 is Nicole Ryan from Guildford City. In lane 6 is Louise Ashford from Maidenhead. Lane 7 is Libby Gordon from Rushmore, and lane 8 is Marissa Booth from Wickham District. Heat 6, referee.
Oh, I got some familiar names in this race. Okay, in lane 1 is Madison Emmett from Guildford. In lane 2 is Rosie Richards from Rushmore. Definitely my favourite. Rosie Richards from Rushmore Royals. Go on, Rosie. In lane 2, I should say. I said lane 4. Rosie Richards from Rushmore Royals in lane 2. Pearl Griffiths in 3 from the University of Surrey. Lucy Fox in 4 with an early lead, a very small one, but an early lead for Lucy in lane 4 from Wickham District. In 5 is Nicole Ryan from Guildford. In 6 is Louise Ashford from Maidenhead. 7 is Libby Gordon from Rushmore Royals. And Marissa Booth in lane 8 from Wickham. Now, the time to beat is a 4:23.01. Lucy Fox is a 4:16 in lane 4 on her entry time. So that's a pretty dominant time. We'll see how she goes. She got a silver medal in the British Summers. So she's good at this race. Libby Gordon out in lane 7. She was a finalist in the British Summers as well. So plenty of quality in this race. Nicole Ryan was the gold medal winner in the open water championships earlier this year as well. So she loves distance, as much distance as she can have. The further the race, the stronger the chances are for Nicole in lane 5. And also, somebody I know very well and absolutely one of the nicest people on the circuit. So it's nice to see Nicole here. Lucy's looking pretty dominant, but there's a really good swim out there in lane 8, and that is Marissa Booth. They got a lot in common, Marissa and Lucy. They're both excellent fly swimmers. They're both excellent freestylers, if it is. Second place is Nicole at the moment, though, but Lucy's getting ahead. Lucy's 3 seconds ahead of the field now, and that's at the halfway point. Now, remember, our time to keep an eye out was by Alice Young, is a 4:23.01. Lucy won the 200 fly earlier in the day. Nicole, Ryan and Marissa Booth are fighting out pretty hard for second place, but I think it's going to be a bit of a surprise with 150 metres to go if Lucy is caught up. How far is she ahead? I've lost it on the board. Okay, I was 50 metres ahead of where I should have been. There's another 100 to go now. No, I was right. I said 150. So there's another 100 to go now. So 3:09 means that she's got to do the last 100 in 1:14 or better to be our leader in the championship. But I tell you what, we've got a good race for second. Marissa's absolutely gritting her teeth and going well out there in lane 8. She's having to do it all by herself. We've mentioned that a lot, how difficult it is to do it by yourself, and that's particularly the case in these long races. So well done, Marissa. Obviously very fit and strong and determined. But we're at the turn now. Lucy's got 50 metres. They've all got 50 metres to go at their next turn at the start end. So we're coming to the end of this race. Now, let's have a look at whether Lucy can improve on her entry time. Her entry time is a 4:16.74. It's going to be close. She's going to do it. She's going to break her entry time. She was a 4:16.74. Let's give her a round of applause. That's a brilliant swim from a brilliant swimmer. Well done, Lucy. 4:12.59. Second place in this heat is Marissa Booth. Yeah, that, assuming ratified by the referee, that'll be second overall. And third place, Pearl Griffiths from the University of Surrey. Well done, girls.
The next event is event 9, the men's 1500 metre freestyle. This is the final event of the afternoon. There are 4 heats. Heat 1 referee.
Okay, just 3 of them in this. We got 4 heats of this. Lane 3's Daniel John from Reading. Seb Parks in lane 4 from Tigers Jersey. And Oscar Behrens from Maidstone in lane 5. I'm going to just have a really quick break and I'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, we're 500 metres of the way through the race. And we've got a pretty dominant swim in lane 3, but there's only 1/3 of the race gone. And those two in lanes 4 and 5 might well pull each other along together. Lane 3, just to remind you, Daniel John from Reading. Let's have a look at Daniel's entry time. 17:40 entry. The two boys in 4 and 5, that's Seb Parks from Tigers Jersey and Oscar Behrens from Maidstone. They're both 17:35s. Let's just have a look at what the distance is. So the point where he touches, I think this is getting towards, it's more than 3/4 of a length, this lead. So let's keep an eye on that. Just worth keeping an eye on the splits, because in the 1500, you only need to catch up a second per length, and the two other boys have got time to catch up Daniel, but he's got a very dominant lead at this time, and he's not looking under any pressure at all with his stroke. Long and easy and controlled. He looks in good shape. Remember I said 3/4 of a length. It's more than 3/4 of a length now. We got a couple of results. I'll just let you get yourself ready before I hand to you. So tell me when you're ready. Okay, you ready now? So they're going to be 4 lengths away from halfway when they touch next at the start end. I'm going to hand over for a couple of results.
So the results in the women's 400 freestyle, event 8. In the junior section, in 3rd place was Louise Breastroke from Guildford. In 2nd place, Alice Young from Guildford. And in 1st place, with an amazing time of 4 minutes 12:59, Lucy Fox. And in the senior women's 400 freestyle, in 3rd place was Pearl Griffiths from University of Surrey. In 2nd place, Marissa Booth from Wickham District. And again, in 1st place was Lucy Fox from Wickham District.
Right, so when Daniel touches next at the starting end, that'll be the halfway point in the race, and he's a length ahead now. He's just a length and a metre ahead of the field. So he's actually extending, and he doesn't look to be in any distress at all. It really looks strong and easy, doesn't it? Oh, I got another result. My apologies. I butted in there. My apologies.
And in the para category for the women's 400 free, in 2nd place was Amanda Reedhead with 435 points. And in 1st place from RTW Monson was Fern Snedden with 641.
And actually, it's worth dwelling on that a little bit, because in the actual race, in the literal race, Amanda beat Fern. But it's graded by it's graded on points which correlate against the category or the classification which the swimmers are in. So if you remember, Fern was an S6, so you get more points for an S6 for the same time than you would for an S8, and that's exactly what happened. So Amanda didn't beat Fern by enough to actually win the race, is basically what happened. But good swim there by both of them. They're brave and they're strong and they're tough, just like Daniel Johns is. He's now a length and a quarter ahead. He's just extending and extending. And I suspect he's going to be looking at those two boys and chasing them hard now. We've got a little bit of separation from the boys in 2nd and 3rd now. In lane 4, Seb Parks is just beginning to pull away a little bit from Oscar Behrens. Seb's come all the way from Jersey. I always admire the Channel Islands swimmers. They got a bit more effort to make these things than the rest of us. Yeah, Tigers Jersey, yeah. No, I may have said Guernsey, but I didn't mean to. I shouldn't have. So I think that's 24 lengths to go. So let's do my maths here. That means 24 lengths is 6 100s. That's 600 to go. They're 3/5 of the way through the swim. They're 60% of the way through the swim. Okay, so I think I'm trying to look at these number cards. If the judges could just point them in my direction a little bit, that would be helpful as well. Yeah, I think that we're 2/3 of the way through the race for Daniel, but he's about to lap the other two boys. So this is when it all gets a little bit confusing. So I think Daniel's going to get to the start end with 18 lengths to go, and the other two boys got 20 to go. In fact, I'm right. That's exactly what's happening. So just in case everyone's having a little bit of confusion here, our leader is in lane 3. That's Daniel John. Our second place person at the moment is Seb Parks in 4. Even though he may look like he's leading to you, he's actually in second place. And in third place in lane 5 is Oscar Behrens. Just 400 meters to go now, I think, for Daniel. Which means, by definition, is 450 to go for Seb and Oscar. He's got a bit of a second wind, Seb. It looked like he was going to get overtaken for some time. I think he will be in the end. But he's held off Daniel for probably 150 or 200 meters. Then he's probably going a little bit slower than Daniel, but not a great deal at the moment. So there's lots of strength in the pool, and well done to Oscar as well. He's certainly not lost at the back by any means. But by the time that Daniel gets to the start end of the pool, I think he's going to have the lead. I think he'll have lapped both swimmers now. So there's 300 meters to go for Daniel when he gets to when he touches now. He's in the red cap, and there's going to be 350 for the other two boys when they touch. Oh, I've had something pointed out to me here. Daniel is a little bit older than the other two. I'll just leave it at that. The other two are 16-year-olds. Daniel would be a young father if he was their father, but he could be their father, couldn't he? I mean, he'd be a young father. I'll leave it at that. A teenage father. But he's looking good, isn't he? It's good to be fit when you get into your 30s, and he'll live to be you'll live to be 100 if you can do a 1500 at this kind of pace. It's impressive stuff. So if I've got my calculations right, there's going to be 200 meters to go for Daniel when he touches, when he turns next. Yep, 200 meters to go. And 250 for the other two boys. Right, we're going to hear the bell soon. We get a bell for the last two. I believe we do. It's a whistle, I'm told. It's a whistle. My whistle, a bell. I think he thought he'd finished there because he didn't do a tumble turn at the end, but he's got a sufficient enough lead to be okay. Now let's have a look at the times. Daniel comes in with a 17:40. He's got 50 meters to go, so he looks like he's going to be something around about, what, 17 minutes, which would be a vast improvement on his entry time. It's going to be pretty much bang on 17 minutes. I think, in fact, a little bit quicker. Let's give Daniel a round of applause. That's a dominant swim, all by himself most of the way. 16:57.57 is an improvement on entry time by 43 seconds. Good grief. Everyone deserves a cheer, don't they, when they can go this hard in the 1500. They're both on their last 50 now then. So Seb Parks from Tigers jersey is 17:35 entry. He's not quite going to do that today, but the 1500's a brutal race. Let's cheer Seb in. Anyone who does a 1500 deserves everybody's appreciation. It sends shivers down my spine, that's for certain. Well done, Seb. Good swim, Seb. And a good swim also from Oscar Behrens from Maidstone. He's coming in now. Very tough race this when you're swimming it by yourself. And well done, Oscar. Oscar coming in to finish now. Well done, all three of you. Good swim.
Heat 2 referee.
Lane 1 is Ethan Wills. He's from Wickham, age 14. Todd Flynn from Epsom in lane 2, 16 years old. Charlie King in 3 from Thanet. In lane 4 is Thomas Jennings from Portsmouth North Sea. In lane 5 is Jacob Pillinger from Bicester Bluefins. In lane 6 is Misha Naumovich from Chesham. And in lane 7 is Adam Macaulay Wright from Portsmouth North Sea. So the fastest entry here is Thomas Jennings in lane 4. That's a 17:11. And just to show how strong that swim was by Daniel John in the first heat, in order for, let's assume Thomas wins, just because he's in lane 4, but it doesn't have to be him by any means. But if he were to win, he's got to go 14 seconds quicker than his entry time to actually take the lead in the event as a whole. All the other swimmers have slower entry times than that, so they'll need to improve their times by even more than that. So that was a strong swim by Daniel John, doing it alone as well for most of the race, and a really good effort. We're approaching, what are we approaching? I think we're approaching the 150 metre stage, the very early stages. We got, our lead is in lane 5, is Jacob Pillinger from Bicester Bluefins. He's a 17:14 entry, just 3 seconds slower than Thomas Jennings in 4. Lane 7 is going nicely as well. That's Adam Macaulay Wright, and 2 as well in amongst it in the early stages, Todd Flynn from Epsom. good bit of information I've just been passed here. Okay, so Daniel John, there's a 35 to 39 category if you look on your rankings. Daniel John's time was a 16:57, which is nearly 2.5 minutes faster than anybody else in the country in the rankings. 2.5 minutes, not 2.5 seconds, 2.5 minutes faster. So I think Daniel deserves a lot of plaudits here. I mean, anyone who decides to do a 1500, I think deserves lots of plaudits anyway, but that was a particularly good swim. I don't know anything about his national rankings or his Masters ambitions, but I'd imagine he's in amongst it on at least a national level. Okay, when the swimmers get to the start end, they'll have done 300 meters. So it'll be 20% of the way through their race. Pretty tight still. I mean, the front four maybe are beginning to get ahead a little bit. That's lane 2, Todd Flynn. In lane 2 from Epsom with the yellow hat, and the white hat in lane 4 is Thomas Jennings from Portsmouth North Sea. He's in the lead, but it's marginal, particularly bearing in mind the length of the race. 5, Jacob Pillinger from Bicester Bluefins, looking good. Good turn there in 4. Took a bit of distance out of the field. In lane 7, Adam Macaulay-Wright from Portsmouth North Sea as well. All the other boys, they all deserve a mention. They are certainly still well in it. The nature of this race is, of course, that there's plenty of time to have plenty of scenarios pan out. So Ethan Wills in lane 1 from Wickham District. He's a 17:25 entry. In lane 3, Charlie King from Thanet, a 17:15 entry. And in lane 6, Misha Naumovic from Chesham. We've got 2 swimmers here, slightly pushing ahead, I think it's fair to say. Still in the lead in lane 4 is Thomas Jennings of Portsmouth, but certainly not having it his own way, because Todd Flynn from Epsom's going nicely as well. They're beginning to press ahead a little bit of the boys in 5 and 7 of Jacob and Adam. Oh, it's so calm compared to those 50s. They're enough to kill you, aren't they? Those 50s, they literally send waves down the pool. They do. Madness. Neither of these boys in the lead look in any distress at all to me. They look like they're going very easily. I'm not sure how many lengths to go. I think we're at the 1/3 stage here, actually. I think it's, no, it's 42 lengths. It'll be 40 next time. So the next time, right, no, it was 40. It was 40. So they've just done 1 length beyond their 500-meter mark. Okay, we're at the 600-meter point now. Getting a little bit of a lead now is Thomas Jennings, just a little bit. It's certainly not dominant, but I think he's probably taking a metre out of Todd each length now, or each 2 lengths. And this field's actually, if you look at it, becoming pretty strung out. And by that, I mean that no swimmer has got anyone keeping them company. They're literally all going it by themselves now, and that's a tough, tough race. When they touch at the start end next, they'll just be 50 meters from being halfway through the race. So it's beginning to open itself up. Okay, that's halfway through for our leader at least, and he'll be halfway through when each one of them touches at the other end. Let's have a think about this. So if we double the time now, that would be what, 16:46? They're going to do well to get to Daniel John's time, I think. Thomas Jennings in lane 4 with the lead is just about approaching swimmers who's going to lap. So this is when it all gets a little bit confusing for us all. Just beginning to get to that point now. And we're getting well towards the second half of this race, well into the second half of this race now. So I'm just trying to get my bearings right here. In lane 4 is our leader, just so everybody can be clear. That's Thomas Jennings. Lane 2 is in second place. That's Todd Flynn. And I believe I'm right in saying, because it does get confusing now, in lane 7, Adam Macaulay-Wright from Portsmouth North Sea is in third as we stand. Now there is a danger I'm wrong, but I think I'm right. I think I'm right. I think I'm right. When I think Adam has just Thomas, when he gets to the far end, I beg your pardon, to the start end next, he's going to be 2/3 of the way through the race. He'll have completed 1,000 meters. And all those boys you can see in front of him there, he's got 3 boys turning now at the start end. As he catches them up, he'll be lapping those boys now. Well, I say now, it's going to take some time, but it looks like that's likely to happen. So you've got Portsmouth North Sea, 2 of the top 3 swimmers, got them in first and third at the moment. Splitting them up in with a strong swim is Todd from Epsom. Let's concentrate on Isa. I'm looking at the wrong sheet, I beg your pardon. Charlie in lane 3 and Ethan in lane 1. They're the youngest 2 swimmers, and Thomas actually, 1, 3 and 4. They're 14-year-olds. So of the swimming age groups, actually amongst all the swimmers, Thomas, our leader, is in the youngest age group amongst all these swimmers. But he's one of 3 swimmers in that age group. I'm really sorry, but I made a horrible error and threw away some paper which told me how people are done in British, and I don't have that, so I'm not going to be able to comment on that. But I do know that we got swimmers of that caliber in these races, but I don't have that at hand any longer. Thomas is only going to have 350 meters to go when he touches next. So it looks tight with those four boys in 3, 4, 5 and 6. But just for clarity, Thomas is 2 lengths ahead of the group, and the other guys are in a good race, actually, a good race with one another. First place with, I think, 14 lengths to go, might be 12. In fact, I think it is 12, with 300 metres to go, is Portsmouth North Sea's Thomas Jennings. Second place is lane 2 at the moment. That's Todd Flynn. He's getting a little bit of pressure, actually, Todd, from lane 7. Adam Macaulay-Wright. I think Adam's catching him up a little bit, but he's still got a decent lead. He's got a lead of about 3.5 seconds. But that's worth keeping an eye on, the race between lanes 2 and 7. And 250 metres left for our leader. I think this is the most interesting bit, is who's going to come second. I said it was 3.5 seconds a moment ago. I don't think that's been eaten into too much. In fact, it's been extended. The lead's being extended. The lead for second place, I should say. Todd's got slightly more ahead in lane 2 of Adam in 7. They're all staying strong, everyone. It's so lonely, this race, doing it all by yourself. It's been a tough week, I gather, for the Wickham swimmers. They've been on a pretty intense training camp these last few days, so they are doing remarkably well in this gala, as they always do, but a number of their swimmers are quite tired after a tough few days training on a training camp. Okay, so when Thomas touches next in lane 4, he's going to have 100 metres to go. Yeah, it's worth mentioning now. Is it 100 metres to go? Yeah, it is 100. So he's got less than 100. He's going to beat his time by a lot. He's going to beat his time potentially by, no, it won't be a minute, but by about 30 seconds potentially. But what we need to really keep an eye on is how does it compare with the 16:57 from the last heat. And it's going to compare very, very well, truth be told. He needs to just do this last 50 within a minute to take on the lead for this event after 2 heats. So we got the whistle for lane 4, we're about to get the whistle as well for lane 2, if I've got my maths right. I think I have. I think lane 2 is going to get a whistle. Yeah, he's in second. And we're going to get the whistle for lane 7 as well. There, he's on his last 50. But let's cheer in Thomas Jennings. He's done very well, hasn't he? 16:57 was what he was aiming at. 16:28. He takes a 30-second lead on the field there. 16:28.03. That is 44 seconds better than his entry time as well. Finishing now in lane 2 is Todd Flynn. So let's give Todd Flynn a round of applause as well. Well done, Todd, from Epsom District. In lane 7 in 3rd place is Misha Naumovich from, no it isn't, I beg your pardon, it's Adam Macaulay-Wright from Portsmouth. Well done, boys. They've all broken under 17 minutes. 4th place in lane 6 was indeed Misha Naumovich. Well done, Misha. Coming in now in lane 3 and finishing. I'm going to name them all because they all absolutely deserve it. They are strong. In lane, where was that? That was Charlie King, and we've also had a finish there from Jacob Pillinger. Well done, boys. Remember, they all came in with entry times over 17 seconds, so this is a quick race. 17 minutes, not seconds, that's true. And Ethan Wills from Wickham District. Well swum, Ethan. Good swim, boys. Well done.
Heat 3, referee.
In lane 1, we got Jake Chesworth from Maxwell. In lane 2, we've got Luke Poulton from Wickham District. In lane 3, Oliver Etheridge from Atlantis. In lane 4, Max Elmokadem from RTW Monson. In lane 5 is Hayden Annan from RTW Monson as well. Those boys must train a lot together, those in 4 and 5. Both Monson boys, entry times within 5 seconds of one another. In lane 6, George Lambert from Portsmouth North Sea. In lane 7 is Max Shaw from City of Milton Keynes. And in lane 8 is Anton Supov from Maidenhead. Oh, I'll tell you what. The mums for Max Elmokadem and Hayden Annan, they brought us all tea. And I thought they got it from some room which just gave it for free, but they actually queued up and paid for it. Isn't that nice, eh? Going to give them a little wave. I wonder if the mums get upset with each other when the boys are racing like this, because they are pretty much neck and neck in this, yeah, sometimes. One of them looks happy, one of them looks sad when I say that. Well, it's Max who's got the early lead. I mean, it is really early. They're 200 metres in. Oh, is it Max? Yeah, it is Max, yeah. Yeah, we've got a pretty good spearhead at this point. But this is early days, and no one looks in any distress at all. Lane 3 looks actually easy as you like. Oliver Etheridge. Luke Poulton going well in 2 as well. They're all going well, aren't they? Luke looks strong. The thing is, these boys in 4 and 5, they'll know each other very, very well. Now, I don't know if Max is ahead because he's just feeling a little bit fitter and stronger today, or whether Hayden knows exactly what's going on, is just going to sit on his hip and then try and take him out with 100 metres to go. You just don't know with these things, but these boys will have a tactic in mind, especially as they know each other so very well. Luke Poulton going well as well. He's just got that 3rd place to himself, not much in it. Just ahead of Oliver Etheridge. Luke's from Wickham and Oliver's from Atlantis. But the lead now is about 1.5 seconds for Max Elmokadem over Hayden Annan. Got a nice little race in 6, 7 and 8. They'll all move each other on. George Lambert, Max Shaw and Anton Supov. And that just leaves me Jake Chesworth to mention, who's going very nicely. He's in one of the outside lanes, always a bit harder, but he should be able to keep an eye on lane. He's in lane 1, Jake's in lane 1, but he should be able to keep a good eye on Oliver Etheridge, and those two might be able to race each other and keep each other company for the race. Hayden in 5's just beginning to take a bit of distance out of Max, I think. It was 1.5 seconds. When they turn, I don't think it's going to be any more than about 0.5 second between the swimmers. And actually, I think Hayden's making a bit of a move here. I think he's taking on Max a little bit, and he's making a little bit of a move. They're pretty much neck and neck, about 0.5 second between them. I'm trying to see one of those boards because I can't keep up with 44. So they've done 400 metres so far. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of a move here from Hayden, but Max has responded to it. I don't think he's in any distress at all. Slightly cat and mouse. Going really well in 3, he mustn't be forgotten, and is definitely in the mix for this race, given the length of it, is Luke Poulton. He's the youngest of 3 brothers, and they're all excellent swimmers. They all went through Wickham. His older brothers, I think, are at university now. But there's been a lot of swimming miles done in the Poulton family, I can tell you that. Mum and Dad swim as well. All right, we've got about a second lead from lane 5, which is Hayden and Ann over Max Mockadam, and definitely in the mix now is Luke Poulton. All those boys are within 2 seconds of one another. Jake Chesworth going really well in lane 1. I mentioned that he was able to make eye contact with Oliver in lane 3, but he's got ahead now. I don't think he's losing any distance on the 3 boys ahead either, so it might just be that Jake's pacing his race particularly well here. Hayden's definitely trying to make a move in lane 5 though, I believe. Jan Poulton might be timing this race best of all though. I think Jan's gone into second place over Max. Yeah, probably, but all those 3 boys in the first 3 spots are within a couple of seconds of one another still. They've gone over 500 meters now, when in fact, when they get to the finish, the starting blocks, they will be 600 meters into the race. So they're I beg your pardon, they're 40% of the way there. That race of 3 boys out in 6, 7 and 8 is beginning to be slightly dominated by Max Shaw from Milton Keynes. He's a fast swimmer. I didn't know Max swam distances as long as this, but you get him down to the 100s and the 200s and he's pretty rapid. Hayden's going nicely. He's about a second ahead of Luke Poulton. And Max in 3rd place, going nicely as well. Jake Chesworth, let's not rule him out at all. Looking good in lane 1. He is strong and he's fit, Jake. He's a good swimmer. He's good at everything, Jake. He's a good IM swimmer. He's a good breaststroke swimmer. He's the one, there's a bit of a love-hate relationship with Jake because he's a great swimmer. He swims at my club and he's breaking all of my son's records. That's basically the relationship we have with Jake. He's a good swimmer, good fast swimmer. When I say love-hate, I say that in inverted commas. It's love-love, really. I think Luke might be in the lead now. No, probably not, but it's getting close. Hayden's probably got half a second on Luke now. Yeah, exactly half a second. Max certainly in the mix, but Jake in lane 4, but Jake Chesworth is making good ground on him now. Oh, and actually they're past halfway. There's the halfway point as they touched at this end, so all the swimmers are past halfway now. Oh, this could be a close race, couldn't it? I mean, they're neck and neck now. It's still just about Hayden, but it's only 3/100ths of a second now. Okay, Luke does have a little lead now, so here's the real test of Hayden, because Luke's been catching up very slowly but surely over probably 500 meters, and we'll see what happens now. Max is still ahead of, Max Elmocklham's still ahead of Jake Chesworth. They're in lanes 4 and 1, but that's tightening up as well. So we got 2 real races here at the moment. We got the first and second race and the third and fourth race. Nothing in either of them. Luke Poulton's got the lead now, but there's nothing in it. It's less than a second. And Hayden's got the lead over Jake for third place, and that's going to be less than a second as well, I think. Yeah, they're both about 0.6 ahead of their respective competitors here. Let's mention the other boys. Everyone deserves a mention in this heat. In 5th place at the moment is lane 7, Max Shaw from Milton Keynes. Then we got Anton Supov from Maidenhead. In lane 3 we have Oliver Etheridge from Atlantis. And in 6, George Lambert from Portsmouth North Sea. Right, Luke's timed this race well by the looks of it. He's really going well. 20 lengths to go. So this is the 1,000 metres as the swimmers touch at the start end now. They're 2/3 of the way through the race. And it's a 2-second gap now for Luke. It's neck and neck. I think Hayden's just got a lead on Jake Chesworth. In fact, he hasn't now. Jake's just about slipped into 3rd place, but there's nothing in it. There's a nose apart. Right, so Luke's in the lead. Let's see if I can figure out how far he's got to go. Right, he's got 400 metres to go. We're getting to definitely the sharp end of the race now. 400 metres to go. Second place is Hayden and Anne in lane 5. It's absolutely nothing between them. I think they know they're both with. I think they can see one another. Max is actually pressing on Jake now. He's giving it a bit of a push. That's a brave swim. It's hard to be caught up and catch up again. So well done to Max. He's definitely taking Jake on. I think Jake's got a little bit of a lead over him, but certainly not significant enough a lead to have any confidence in where we are as a result, as a whole, I would say. Luke in lane 2's just beginning to catch swimmers up to overtake them now, to lap them. It's 300 metres to go for Jake Chesworth and Max Mockadam, the 2 boys who just turned now. So it's all getting a little bit confused because it's going to be 250 for the boys in lanes 2 and 5. For the other boys, it's going to be 300 metres to go, but we're very much at the sharp end now. Right, as they touch now at the start end, it's just 200 metres to go. In fact, for Luke in lane 2, it's 150 metres to go, so we're nearly there. And then we'll just have one more race to go. God, isn't that a great race for 3rd place, by the way? Those two are still going nicely with one another. 150 metres to go. Jake Chesworth just got, it's going to be a second or less than a second. I've lost a bit. I'm finding it hard to figure out what's going on. Yeah, less than a second still. So I think our real race is in 100 metres to go for Luke in lane 2, if I'm right. I think next time he gets to the start end, he's going to get the whistle. And Hayden turning there, same for him, of course. 100 metres to go for Jake Chesworth and Max Mockadam as well in lanes 2 and 4. And there's going to be quite a race there. That's the big race, I think, for this particular heat at the end. Let's just consider the time we're looking at. 16:28.03. So they're well ahead of that. If I'm right on timing here. Am I right? Did he get the whistle? Yes, he did. Okay, 16:28.03 is what we're aiming at to get ahead of the last heat. And let's cheer Luke in. Luke has been lane 2. He's swum very well. He's timed this race very well. And he has a dominant swim. He has an improvement on his entry time of 47 seconds. Second place is Hayden Annan, well done. Third is going to be Jake Chesworth in lane 1, well done Jake. Fourth place, Max Almokadam, well done Max. Good grief, a 47-second improvement on entry time. 16:05, that would put him in amongst the medals potentially, and we'll have to keep a very good eye on that. 16:05.53, I need to write it down now. Right, the other swimmers are finishing now as well. We've got a finisher with, they're all in now, my apologies. We've got Oliver's finished. Coming in now is George Lambert, Max Shaw's finished, and Anton Supov. Well done, boys. Good swim.
And in the final heat of the 1500 metres freestyle, we have in lane 1, David Allen from Sevenoaks. In lane 2, Oliver Pope from Thanet. In lane 3, Harry Wynne-Jones from City of Milton Keynes. In lane 4, Jack Booth-Rudd from Maidenhead. In lane 5, George Pearson from Wickham. In lane 6, Daniel Cox from Wickham. In lane 7, Isaac Thompson from Tigers Jersey. And in lane 8, Tom Hawkins from RTW Monson. Heat 4 referee.
They don't even have reserves for finals and shooters. Kenji was standing on courtside, qualified line. Who were next? Who was 4x? Which was for him. Did you? Right, so how are we doing here? In lane 6, Daniel Cox. Oh, he's a brilliant swimmer and he's an open water swimmer. He's a seriously good at this long distance stuff. I really regret the fact I was so daft that I threw away my piece of paper. He's got a small lead. Harry Wynne-Jones. I'm pretty sure Harry medalled in the 1500. I'll be interested if somebody could give me a thumbs up and tell me that's right. British, I might be wrong. I'll tell you a story about Jack Rudd in lane 4. He missed a medal at British by 1/100th of a second in the 1500. Can you imagine that? Seriously. He missed a medal by 100th of a second. He came fourth to a boy who swam in the heat before him, so he didn't even have the chance to really race him. But medalled in the Open. So there's a lot of good quality in this race. If my maths is right, we're 300 meters into the race, I believe. Yeah, we're 300 meters into the race. So we're 20% of the way through, and it's pretty much neck and neck between lanes 3 and 6. Daniel Cox from Wickham, Harry Wynne-Jones from City of Milton Keynes. Oh, he's going at it hard out in lane 8. Poor old Tom Hawkins. Doing a very lonely swim out there. He's going to have to show a lot of guts to stay in amongst it. It's very tough to do it alone out in those outside lanes, but he's going very well. Tight start. So if we look at the entry times, Jack Booth Rudd in lane 4 is a 16:59. He's got the quickest entry time, but by a marginal amount. George Pearson from Wickham, I haven't made enough fuss about him. He's going well. George enters on a 16 flat. And the boys either side of them in 3 and 6, they're 16:05s. So there's a lot of quality in this race. Definitely worth keeping an eye on Isaac Thompson in lane 7. He's just 14. He's younger than the rest of the boys by a long way, by a couple of years. Going well in lane 8 still is Tom Hawkins from Monson. He's a 16:25 entry. Now, let's bear in mind, the time to beat is 16:05. That was a quick swim from Luke Poulton. I wouldn't take it for granted that that will be beaten. You can win the championships from swimming in the heat before the final heat. None of the swimmers have times which really dominate that, so we're going to have to keep a very close eye on that as we go along. Still tight. Trying to figure out how many. We're over 500 meters the way through now, 550 in fact. So we're beyond we've got less than 1,000 meters to go. Looking pretty good out there, Daniel Cox. Very easy. He doesn't look in any distress at all. It looks long and easy for him, and so it certainly does in lane 3 as well. Harry Wynne-Jones. Harry's. Oh, he looks good, doesn't he? They all do. They all do. No one's dominating Jack Booth Rudd. They're not being dominated either, or George Pearson in 4 and 5, and never forgetting Tom Hawkins out there. How are the other boys doing? Going pretty nicely in lane 2 there. That's Oliver Pope. He's suddenly become an outside laner because lane 1 is vacant. He's doing well. Oliver's 17 from Thanet. And in lane 7, I mentioned him a moment ago, Isaac Thompson from Tigers Jersey. Younger than everybody else in the field. He's an entry of 16:19. There's a little kind of formula you can do with the 1500 for those of you who are interested. If you go exactly 30 seconds per 50, you swim exactly 15 minutes. If you go exactly 16 seconds per 50, you go exactly 60. If you go, all right, let me correct myself. If you go exactly 30 seconds per 50, you go 15 minutes. If you go 31 seconds per 50, you go 16 minutes. 32 takes you to 17. No, that's wrong. 30 what? I'm going to correct myself again. Sorry, yeah, it's 30, 32, and 34. So 30 seconds in every 50 gets you to 15 minutes. 32 seconds in every 50 takes you to 16 minutes. So if we bear that in mind, if you want to keep some kind of track of how everyone's doing per 50, Luke Poulton went 16:05. Had he gone 16 flat, that would have averaged out at 32 seconds for every 50. I'm getting a thumbs up here. I got there in the end. I probably confused everyone while I explained it, but we're over halfway through now. We're over halfway through. When they touch now, it's going to be 28 lengths to go. At least for, that's Harry Wynne-Jones. He's over halfway through. He's got a lead of about a second and a half over Daniel Cox. George Pearson closely there. Jack Booth-Rudd as well. And in lane 8, Tom Hawkins. I've opened a can of worms here in the commentary box because my maths calculations are being debated. Well, I'm told I got it right, but I kind of used a different method to getting there from everyone else in the room. Yeah, old-fashioned maths, I'm told. That's what people with grey hair do, my friend. Okay, so how are we doing? We got, I believe we got 600, I think we're at the 900 meter point here. In fact, we are. So I'll tell you what, this is a good race, isn't it? Got 600 meters to go. Harry Wynne-Jones has got a lead, but he certainly hasn't got a dominant lead. He is 2.5 seconds ahead of the field, but there's a good race together for those two Wickham boys in 5 and 6. They're keeping each other company, and that might be a bit of a threat to Harry Wynne-Jones. But remember, he's got to go 16:05 to be quicker than Luke Poulton. I should have said this earlier, but there's very few of us left. I think now is a good time to really acknowledge all the volunteers here and the officials and everybody else. So I know there's only about a dozen of us left, but if we could give a round of applause for all of our volunteers and officials. It's a long, hot day, and we couldn't do it without them. It's just a fact, and we do value and appreciate the time and the expertise you give. Also like to thank all the people in red. We've had a lot of fun together in our room, at least. It's been a good day. It's been a good day. Lots of good swimming. So 450 meters to go. Now, Harry Wynne-Jones, his lead hasn't really extended. It was about 2.5 seconds last time I checked. I think it's probably a little bit more than that now. Yeah, it's up to 3.5 seconds. But I think the biggest threat to the Wickham boys is he just looks very easy. He doesn't look in any distress at all. It looks to me like he's in really good control. So who knows? I'm not the expert, but I just feel like he looks in control here. But that all said, lane 6, Daniel Cox, he's a quality swimmer, Daniel Cox. He's definitely caught up a lot in that 50. I'm sure he has. I said 3.5 seconds last time. Now it's down to 3.2. And I may actually have done a proper commentator's curse there, because those Wickham boys are having a go now. Let's keep an eye on those Wickham boys. They're using each other to take on Harry Wynne-Jones. Harry's only got 350 meters to go when he touches, as will the Wickham boys, in 5 and 6. 3.2 seconds, I said last time. I don't think there's going to be much difference. About 3.6, so Harry's gained a little bit, in fact, in the last 50. Tom Hawkins out in lane 8 going well, to lane 4 going well as Jack Booth Rudd. They're all good, aren't they? They're all impressive. In lane 2, Oliver Pope from Thanet and Isaac Thompson from Tigers Jersey as well, of course. So I'm trying to keep an eye on the boards here. We're getting to the sharp end of this race. 300 metres to go. I'll also say my goodbyes to everybody. I'm not here tomorrow, but it's been a lot of fun, and thank you to all the people who've come up and spoken to me today. I've tried very hard that whenever anybody comes to speak to me, they tell me their swimmer's name, and I try and make a fuss of their swimmer. It's been great fun, and thank you very much for having me, and maybe you'll see me in May. We shall see. Harry Wynne Jones with 10 lengths to go, so 250 metres. We're getting into sort of normal training territory. I think I said 10 lengths. Somebody just asked if I said 10 minutes. It's 10 lengths to go. In fact, it's nearly 8 lengths to go because they don't stop, these boys. Right, 150 metres to go for Harry Wynne Jones. Let's look at these times. I think he's safely ahead of the time he needs. It's a dangerous thing to say, of course. But 16:05, remember, is our benchmark. Everything assumes ratification from the referees and officials, of course. It's not for me to say whether anyone wins a race. I can only say what I see, but ultimately everything needs to be ratified by the referee, of course. It looks like with 100 metres to go for our leaders, we've pretty much got our medal position, not medal positions again. Remember, anything can happen from the previous heats, but it looks like we got our first, second and third pretty much in place now. They're going to get the whistle when they arrive at the start end now. And in lane 3 is Harry Wynne Jones in the lead. In lane 6 in second place is Daniel Cox, and George Pearson, another quality swimmer from Wickham, in third. Those two Wickham boys are quality, and as is Harry Wynne Jones. George Booth Rudd is as well. I mean, goodness me. George, remember, he only had 1/100th of a second quicker to go to win a medal at British, and so that just shows the quality of this competition. And Harry Wynne Jones coming in now in first place in lane 3. Well done, Harry, well done. He's 25 seconds ahead of the last heat. Second place in lane 6 was Daniel Cox. Third, George Pearson. Lane 8, I think I'm right, is coming in for a finish now. He certainly is. Well done, Tom Hawkins as well. All these boys under 16 minutes. Lane 5 is Jack Booth Rudd in 5th place, coming in nicely. Well done, Jack. And I think I'm right in saying Isaac's got 2 more lengths. So the next one to finish will be lane 2, Oliver Pope. Let's give him a round of applause. And all eyes on lane 7. Isaac, he's so much younger than the field. He's had a really good swimmer. He's had to do it out there by himself, and he's done really, really well. He's a brave, strong boy. And he's the last one we cheer in for the day. So he's actually the special one in this group, I'd say. Well done, Isaac Thompson. Well done, all the boys. Well done, Harry. With referees' ratification, Harry's going to win the event, I think. Well done, everyone. And from me, I'm going to leave you all now and say goodbye. Goodbye, everyone. Bye-bye.
That concludes the swimming of this session. Please join me in thanking the officials as they leave poolside. Swim England's South East region is grateful for the assistance of our officials and volunteers who give freely of their time to allow this event to take place. I would like to remind you that the warm-up for the next session tomorrow morning will be at 8 a.m. with the first event starting at 9 a.m. That concludes the swimming for today. I hope you've enjoyed it and will be able to join us tomorrow.